Chapter 13, 2522, 216. My mom faces Bo with her hands on her hips. Uh-oh. I brace for her to blast the poor guy, because Radcliffe is the one who ordered us all back to the base, not Bo. No, Mom says to Bo. We are not leaving. We've only been here 2 days, and it's not up for discussion, Dr. Daniels. Tell your team to pack up. I give Bo major credit for standing up to my mother. She glares at him, and he stares right on back. The security team is welcome to leave. We're staying, Mom says in her don't argue with me tone. We can come back, Dad appeals to Mom. We'll bring the astrophysicists and more security. Mom rounds on him. Do you really think Tace is going to allow that? My father looks downright grim. He's going to have to. This is our only way to get answers. Or more questions. Remembering the swell of lights and the strange black rectangle, I rub my arm. Fine, Mom spits out. But we're coming back. If Tace won't agree to sending security with us, we'll bring all the techs instead. Most of them have been training with pulse guns. Which might be effective against the magician, but not shadow blobs. However, I don't remind her of them, or she might change her mind and stay, and I don't want to be caught in the middle if she orders me to remain with her. The rest of the day is spent packing up the camp and enduring lots of grumbling from the techs. My dad rigs the floodlights so he can turn all of them on from the surface when we return. Smart. Bo, Niall, and I switch off the lights, starting with the furthest set and moving toward the ladder. When I reach the center, I pause. If the magician returns, he'll see our footprints and the big floodlight. It might be a bad thing if he's working for Jarren. So I smooth out the sand in and around the center, trying to make it appear natural. It's not perfect, far from it, but it's better. Then I move the light deeper into the warriors. We finish and stand at the bottom of the ladder. There's enough sunlight so it's not completely dark. Anything? Bo asks me. No halts. He peers at me, then nods at Niall. You go first. Niall mounts the ladder, then Bo, and I'm last. I take a moment to wonder if we'll be back. I hope so. After I arrive at the surface, the ladder is pulled out and retracted to its smaller size. Basically, Niall pushes one end and Bo the other until the ladder is only a couple rungs long. The action reminds me of crinkling space, which brings two distant points close together. And then I wonder if the black rectangle that appeared in the center of the pit is a form of crinkled space. The BP crinkler engine works in silence as it compresses large sections of space. The rectangle is on a much smaller scale, but there wasn't any noise. Except the distance between Yulin and Don Guan is... I'll have to look it up. Would the time dilation also be a factor? One of Jarren's goons said the time dilation sucks for us, implying it didn't for them. So, say Jarren is using the warriors to travel around the galaxy like my mom speculated, then there isn't a time jump. That would be amazing. And it would explain so much. Oh no, Niall says next to me. I jerk in surprise, reaching for my gun. What? Your brow is furrowed, and you have that look. What look? That you're thinking big, dangerous thoughts? I'm not. Lawrence, are you ready to go? Bo asks. No, sir. Then get your ass in gear. We're leaving in 10 minutes. Niall mouths, later, as I hurry off to pack my rug. I shove everything in and am back in time to climb into Vehicle 3. Kier drives while I scan the horizon, and my thoughts mull over impossible things. We arrive an hour before sunset. Radcliffe is waiting for us in the empty port. I'm confused about the lack of workers until I remember that I'm supposed to be dead. It was nice not to worry about that at the camp. Really nice. Add in the fresh air and night sky to the things I'm going to miss. Sigh. Radcliffe approaches us. His movements are stiff with anger, and a white-hot rage burns from his gaze. I brace for the reprimand. "Report back to my office now," Radcliffe says, in an even, unemotional tone, which is worse than any of his growls. "Lawrence, keep your hat and sunglasses on, and follow close behind Dory and Radcliffe." "Yes, sir," we all say in unison, and hurry off. I glance back. Radcliffe is aiming for my parents. I suspect this might be an end to family dinners. No one says a word as we travel through the mostly empty hallways. Good thing it's dinner time. The few people we encounter don't bother to do more than glance at us. Both Niall and Beau are taller than me, so I doubt the couple of scientists even notice me. When we enter the office, Morgan is sitting behind Radcliffe's desk. "That must be some kind of a record. Shortest field trip, or maybe shortest time to trouble," she says. Ha ha, not funny. I resist the temptation to explain. I'm sure Radcliffe is going to want a complete report. No sense telling it twice. We pile our rucks in the corner. I spot the guest terminal, and that reminds me. "Did anything unusual happen in the QNet yesterday afternoon?" I ask Morgan. "Unusual, as in?" "While you were testing the blockade and setting off Jarren's alarms, was there any indication he might have noticed what happened in Pit 21? "No, but you and Dory probably have a better handle on that. Maybe you'll see something when you go in again." She pauses. "If you go in again." Beau and I share a horrified look. Radcliffe wouldn't ban us from the QNet, would he? No, it's too important that we find a way to reach DES. Then I remember my promise to Niall to tell my parents about my terrifying new abilities. Yeah, I'll be 108 years old before anyone lets me near a terminal again. The wait for Radcliffe is torture. I'm ready to confess all my transgressions. And it's scary just how many I've had over my very short life. When Radcliffe does arrive, his presence slams into us like a supernova. It's an effort for me to remain on my feet. We all straighten to attention, standing almost shoulder to shoulder in front of his desk. Morgan relinquishes the seat and stands behind Radcliffe. Her expression remains neutral. Radcliffe accesses his terminal and pulls up a report on the screen before he turns his attention to us. "Tell me everything," he orders in that chilling monotone. I start with the discovery of the boot prints, and we all take turns describing what happened. Elise doesn't say much because she was on the surface most of the time. When we reach the decision to turn on all 8 glyphs, Niall fails to mention that he advised against the test. It's a nice gesture of solidarity, but I'm not going to let him get into trouble when he was being sensible, so I speak up on his behalf. Radcliffe grunts, but doesn't say anything. We continue with the story and end with our arrival at the base. Silence fills the room. It thickens and presses on us. And I swear, all 4 of our heartbeats are audible. The air in the room is pulsing along with a quartet of thumping sounds. "Kier and Radcliffe, you're dismissed," Radcliffe finally says. They hesitate for a fraction of a second before bolting, not that I blame them. "Lawrence." "It's my fault, sir," I blurt out. "It was my idea to turn on all 8 symbols." "Why would you suggest it if you had no clue what would happen?" Radcliffe asks. His words are ice cold. Do you have any sense of how dangerous that was? But that's the thing, sir. I sensed it was safe, that the warriors would protect us. Radcliffe stares at me as if I've gone insane. Morgan struggles to keep her neutral expression. One day, I'm going to make that woman laugh out loud, but obviously not today. It takes him a few minutes to form a response. That type of thinking is going to get you killed, Lawrence. I dig my nails into the palms of my hands to keep my snarky response inside. It's an effort. You don't. He rubs his hand over his face. You're new to this, and you weren't in charge. Except for a complete disregard for everyone's safety, you are not at fault. Radcliffe glances at Beau. I sense it isn't going to go well for my partner, and I decide to risk what's left of my credibility. Permission to speak freely, sir. His shoulders droop, and he leans back in his chair. This should be good. Go ahead, Lawrence. One of the reasons my parents pushed to test my idea was because they were afraid you wouldn't allow them to experiment later. And they were right, he says. Not even with a full security team nearby? His gaze is hard. No. No offense, sir, but that's the wrong thing to do. I hold up a hand to stop the tirade that's twitching his lips. Look, Jarren killed me, so I wouldn't figure out what he's doing. If we're afraid to investigate every possible clue to determine what he's up to, then he wins. He's coming for us before that protectorship arrives, regardless. We need to take risks so we're ready. Officer Dory recognizes this need, which is why he allowed the test. Are you done? I'd like to add that I have a special connection to the warriors, which cannot be refuted, as I, woke them. They are protecting us. And I think we should find another intact pit that has the symbols for an active warrior planet and try to contact the scientists working there and have them alert DES about the blockade. Now I'm finished, sir. Radcliffe once again studies me as if I'm stark, raving mad. I suppress a sigh. Without any scientific proof, no one is going to take my advice, and without experimentation, we won't gather any evidence. It's one of those paradoxical situations, a catch something or other. Basically, it'll all come down to trusting a teenager with brain damage. So, not happening. Your comments have been noted. You're dismissed, Lawrence. I meet Beau's gaze. He nods, and I give him an encouraging smile. Poor guy is about to have his ass handed to him. I grab my rug and leave. When the door closes behind me, Radcliffe's muffled voice sounds, and I rush to increase the distance. No way I want to overhear that lecture. Niall's door is open, and I pause outside. He's sitting on his couch, but jumps to his feet when he spots me. Niall grabs my arm and tugs me inside his unit. How was it? Bad? No, other than being told I have a complete disregard for everyone's safety. I did more talking than your father. You did? Should I be worried? I recount my comments. He gave me permission to speak freely, I add, before Niall can tell me I've just dug my own grave. Niall laughs, and I bet he's regretting that. Hey! I punch him on the bicep. He rubs it, even though I didn't hit him hard. I wonder if he's going to take your advice. Now it's my turn to laugh. Doubtful. Turning serious, Niall steps closer. You have a point. We should test another pit. Mr. Sensible agrees with me? That's scary and sweet. I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him in for a kiss. It starts out chaste, but soon turns deep and passionate. Sometime later, Niall breaks away. Wow, I should agree with you more often. You should. I'm having trouble catching my breath. Now that I have the proper incentive, he dips his head for another kiss. This one is just as fiery, and my 2 layers of clothing are suddenly hot and restrictive. I'm about to suggest we continue this in the shower when he stops. I groan. We need to be on our best behavior, Mouse. My dad's bound to be upset for a few days. Fine, but in 98 days, you're mine. I poke him in the chest. You, and not Mr. Sensible. He smiles. It's a date. Good. I step to leave. Niall touches my shoulder. Thanks. For what? For standing up for me. Why didn't you? Niall fidgets with his sleeve, yanking on the stretchy material. Beau and I don't have the best relationship, so I didn't know if he included my objections in his report. And I didn't want to come off all, I told you so. Plus, we're a team. We're a team. I doubt your dad will let us be one again. Niall meets my gaze. Then my dad's an idiot. Is that so? I wonder what he would say to that. Mouse. He mock growls. Oh, look at the time. I better get to my unit since I'm being on my best behavior and all. I smirk. He raises his hands, bending his fingers into claws. Don't make me resort to tickling you into submission. An empty threat. Remember what happened last time you tried? I did. His touch had been far from ticklish. Dropping his hands, he says, Oh, hell. Later, Toad. After a long shower, I help myself to leftovers. When Radcliffe arrives, I brace for... I've no idea. However, he doesn't say a word as he heats up a dish. I'm almost done with my meal, and I gauge the distance to my room. He grabs his meal and pauses. You're to report to training with Keir tomorrow morning, and then a meeting with the astrophysicists at 1300 hours in the conference room. Yes, sir. The words pop out of my mouth automatically. Nodding, he heads into his bedroom, leaving me wondering what the meeting is going to be about. Did he consider my idea? Will my parents be there? Have the astrophysicists discovered anything about the shadow blobs? I hope we'll actually get some answers this time, and not a lecture. I can't believe I'm admitting this, but after 2 days of doing nothing but guarding the workers at Pit 21, I miss the physical activity. Who knew? Don't worry, I'm not going to turn into one of those exercise nuts. It's just nice to stretch my muscles. Also, so far, my experience as a security officer is not what I expected. At all. Pay attention, recruit, Elise says as she sweeps my feet out from under me. I land on my back with an oomph. Obviously, I still have much to learn. Elise grabs my hand and pulls me to my feet. Again. Then it hits me. Not Elise, but the realization that being a security officer is all about again. Training is lifelong. There's never going to be a point when I can say, yep, I'm done. But I guess that's true of any career. Learning never stops. Elise counters my jab with ease. She sidesteps my kick, grabs my leg, and slams me to the mat again. What's going on, rookie? 2 days away and you forgot everything I taught you. Sorry, just thinking about my future. You keep fighting like that and you won't have a future, she teases. Except she's right. Like I told Radcliffe, Jarren's coming, and I need to be ready. I focus on my training. By the end of our session, Elise gives me a grudging better. I hurry back to my unit for a quick shower and an even quicker lunch, shoving the last bite of the sandwich into my mouth. I wipe crumbs off my hands and shirt, swallow, square my shoulders, and enter the conference room. My parents are sitting at the table with Doctors Carson and Zhang. Way over on the opposite side are Radcliffe and Morgan. The tension is palpable. My mom is describing the light show the Warriors put on to the astrophysicists. I debate where I should sit, near my parents, near Radcliffe, or in the middle. Sheesh, you'd think this wouldn't be so difficult. In the end, I pick a chair closer to Radcliffe. I am a security officer. When Mom explains about the black rectangle, she defers to me. I tell them about the person inside. Probably an optical illusion, or a reflection of one of the others in the pit, Yine says. No, I respond. The blackness had depth. There are no alternate dimensions, Bertie says, rather gruffly. What about a portal to another planet? A shortcut, I suggest, like some of my warming tunnels. Where did that come from? The laws of physics don't apply to crinkling space. Of course they do, Yine says, or we wouldn't be able to do it. Strangely, that makes sense. Wait, Dad says. Are you saying that the black rectangle is crinkled space? No, but maybe it acts like it, I say. If it's a portal, then that might explain how it works. There's no engine, Ara, Mom says. How do you know? I ask. You found alien equipment in the factory. Maybe one is a crinkle space, crinkler. Except when you crinkle space to bring 2 points together, you warp the space around it, which is why the ships do it far away from other planets and suns. Mom flares her hands out in a V to demonstrate. I appeal to my parents. You saw the wave of lights. Maybe the Warriors can smooth things out, or maybe the aliens are better at it than we are. I pause, then ask Yine, how does the Booker-a-Planck crinkler engine work? The ship's engine room is one of the places that are off-limits to passengers, and even I'm not brave enough to risk a peek. Bertie and Yine glance at each other, then Bertie sighs. We don't exactly know. It's a highly complex theorem that takes years of study. Aerospace engineers are the ones who designed the engine and who understand how it works. I don't suppose there's one in the base, I ask. No, that's unfortunate. We could test my theory in another pit and try to send something through. Everyone looks at Radcliffe. He'd been quiet during the discussion, too quiet. If we're to figure out what is happening, we will need to see the rectangle, Yine says. It's highly dangerous, Radcliffe says in an even voice. We need to focus on the more immediate threat of the Hulfs. However, I don't have the authority to stop you. But you have the authority to prevent your officers from accompanying us, Dad says. Radcliffe tenses so much, I worry his lower jaw is going to crack. If you decide to proceed with this line of inquiry, you can request volunteers. He shoots me a weighty glance. I cannot guarantee anyone will do so, but I will support their decision. By my parents' surprised reactions, I guess this is quite a change of heart for Officer Radcliffe. When can you be ready to go? Mom asks Yine. Once again, she turns to her colleague, and they do that silent communication thing. Officer Radcliffe made an excellent point about the Hulfs. I think we should finish collecting and analyzing the data from Pit 1 before we make plans to go to Pit 21, Yine says. Good idea, Dad says, before my mom can voice her objections. In the meantime, I'll ask for volunteers. Dad meets my gaze. Officer Lawrence? Nice of him to ask me instead of assuming I'm going. There's no test without me, after all. And even though it's my idea, I'm still smart enough to know there's risk involved. I'll go as long as there are 4 other security officers with us. The silence is complete. My mother is the first to recover. That's a tall order. We do have a number of techs who can use pulse guns. They don't have the experience. We need trained and seasoned officers, not rookie techs. I'm probably imagining the warm glow of approval from Radcliffe. All right, Dad says. Officer Morgan, will you volunteer? Asking the second in command. A bold move. I wouldn't miss it, she says. Crack. There goes Radcliffe's jaw. Not really, but the man is not happy. Thanks, Dad says. 3 more to go. Mom breaks the tension by asking the astrophysicists if they have an update about the nature of the Hulfs. Not yet. We're hopeful the data from the sensors will point us in the right direction, Bertie says. Yine and Bertie then leave the conference room with promises to contact everyone once the data has been examined. I've no idea what they really thought of my theories. Time will tell. Speaking of tell, I've a promise to keep. Before my parents can leave, I draw in a deep breath and say, Mom and Dad, can you stay? I've something I need to discuss with you. They settle back in their seats. Radcliffe gives me a probing look. I sigh. Officers Radcliffe and Morgan, can you remain as well? Now, I have all 4 adults' undivided attention. Go me. I search for the right words, the ones that will make the most sense without causing undue alarm. What's wrong? Mom asks, when the quiet stretches past awkwardness. Unable to find the perfect combination, I blurt, I can access the QNet without using entanglers. Confusion dominates, and I do my best to explain. Another dream, except it turned real, but I disentangled before I woke up, so I didn't get a killer migraine. Actually, I didn't have any pain. Stunned silence. Can you prove it? Morgan asks. I don't feel particularly sleepy. But then she swivels to the terminal. Oh. Handing my mother my tangs, I say, yes, I can. They all stare at me. I can do it from here. It's not a boast, just part of the demonstration. They might as well learn the full extent of my freakish powers. Yes, that's sarcasm, people. Morgan accesses the QNet, and I concentrate on the screen like I would if I was sitting next to her with my tangs in my ears. Soon enough, my vision blurs, and then I'm trailing her to Jarren's blockade. These are the areas I tested while you were gone. She shows me the grid we created to keep track. 2 new sections are checked off. Any gaps? I ask. No, it's tight. Are we going to implement the distraction protocol soon? Probably not for a while. Not until this business of crinkling warriors is settled. Crinkling warriors? You're quite the comedian, Officer Morgan. And you're quite the anomaly, Junior Officer Lawrence. Before I can counter, she adds, time to disentangle. Only when I disengage with the QNet do I learn that Morgan turned off the screen, and I closed my eyes sometime during our short session. No one else knew what was going on. Morgan spins to face the others. She was in the QNet with me. Her proclamation sets off a bombardment of questions. Yes, I should have told him sooner. No, I don't have any pain. No, I don't get random visions from the QNet. Yes, I can tangle and disentangle at will. Well, except when I'm dreaming, when I inadvertently entangle. No, distance from the terminal doesn't seem to matter. I elaborate on that point. You access the QNet through the portable, in the middle of the desert? Mom presses her hands to her chest as if to keep from saying more. Since it was more of an outburst than a question, I don't reply. Did it cause you any problems? Dad asks. Other than freaking out? Yes. No, I was fine. And now that I know what I can do, I have more control. Any QNet dreams the last couple of nights? Radcliffe asks. No. I recall the two others. I think it happens when I'm worried about something. The one with Jarren seemed to be triggered by my subconscious. I think I picked up on Jarren's fingerprints in the satellite feeds. The other was just after we discovered the QNet made changes to our security measures to protect me. There's a pause. One of the chairs creaks. Could you have made those changes to the security cameras while sleeping? Radcliffe asks. He still wants to blame me for that. No, that was before. Before what? Mom asks. Before I dozed off while entangled. Another pause, and then another round of questions. No, I don't hear voices. I don't see things that aren't there, unless you count the person in the black rectangle, which I don't. I don't have suicidal thoughts or thoughts that are not my own, and I don't have access to the star roads. At least, I don't think I do. I haven't tried. Basically, I don't have any symptoms that I'm going crazy or turning catatonic. Unless all this is just a dream or delusion, and I never woke from my concussion. Might as well say it. This could be my imagination, while I'm lying unresponsive in the infirmary, drooling on my pillow. You have to admit, I do have an overactive imagination. What caused this? Mom asks. I shrug. The concussion? Touching the heart? Dying? Falling asleep while worming? All of the above? None of the above? Take your pick. No need to be snarky, Mom says. The sad thing is, I wasn't being snarky, just honest. What do you suggest we do? Radcliffe asks me. I stare at him. Did he really just ask me? Oh boy. Not one to waste this opportunity. I say, nothing. I keep doing what I do, and I promise to let you know right away if I'm having any problems. Problems as in headaches, delusions, voices, more dreams? No one says a word. Look, I've had multiple brain scans, and they've all shown no damage. Let's just view this as a quirk of my brain's wiring due to various unavoidable events. I tap my forehead. And I promise to use my powers only for good. That earns me a smile from Morgan. I'm getting closer. My parents glance at Radcliffe and Morgan, who meet their gazes, and I suddenly feel like an intruder. Ara, please return to our unit, Radcliffe says. I'll see you later. They wish to discuss me without me. That's fine. Doubting that I'll see my parents at dinner, I give them a quick goodbye and bolt. I pause outside Niall's door. He's probably on duty or sleeping. Besides, we're supposed to be on our best behavior. I do as ordered. A knock wakes me up from a nap. Radcliffe didn't say what I should do after I return to our unit. Loophole. Come in. The door opens, and Niall pokes his head in. Where is everyone? Discussing my fate in the conference room? I glance at the time. It's been 2 hours. That doesn't bode well for my future. So, you fessed up. How did it go? I'm not confined to a padded room for my protection. Yet. I stretch. That's good. And for the record, I think you would look adorable in a confinement jumpsuit. Watch it, Toad. I throw my pillow at him. He catches it and tosses it back. I duck. Your reflexes are getting better, Mouse. I grunt, very unladylike. He laughs. Come on, I'm starving. We dig through the refrigerator. Radcliffe has plenty of leftovers. Enough, so I wonder if he cooked the extra food while we were gone, out of habit. As we eat, I fill Niall in on the meeting with the astrophysicists and my theories. What about a wormhole to the pit on planet Dongguan? Niall asks. I thought the same thing. It could be like a shortcut through the QNet. No, like a real wormhole. The ones that form in space and are supposed to connect two distant points without crinkling space. It could be possible. There's the power issue. What's generating the wormhole? But then again, what's powering a crinkler engine? Radcliffe arrives, heats up a meal, and joins us at the table. I stop shoveling food into my mouth as my stomach sours. What did they decide? Should I pack? Your father's been busy, Radcliffe says into the silence. He's already recruited Officers Dory and Keir. Niall glances at me. Recruited for what? I explain about the plan to open another pit and my conditions. I'm guessing he'll ask you next, Radcliffe says to Niall, and that you'll say yes. His tone implies that agreeing would be idiotic. Used to his father's ill humor, Niall ignores him. Of course I'll go. A grunt is Radcliffe's only response. I hide my smile. As for you, Radcliffe stabs his fork in my direction. A poor meatball is impaled on the tines. I suck in a breath. You're to proceed. He bites off half the meatball and chews. My imagination has no trouble filling in the blanks. Proceed to the infirmary, proceed to detention, proceed to a small dark room for the rest of my life. As normal, but if you have any problems or even a niggling sense that something's not right, you were to report it to me or your parents, ASAP. Understand? Phew. Yes, sir. Another grunt. But I'm relieved they took my advice, and I can be, normal. Well, as normal as I'm going to get after everything that's happened. And thinking about it, I'm okay with that. The astrophysicists collect 20 days' worth of data and then analyze it. They request another meeting to report on their findings. So 11 days after the last one, the 7 of us are once again sitting around the table in the conference room at 1300. Seems my morning training sessions are not to be disturbed, but my afternoon worming sessions with Beau aren't as important, although we're having fun setting off Jarren's alarms. At least the tension between my parents and Radcliffe has diminished. They're coming to dinners again. Both women look tired, and I wonder if they've been getting enough sleep, or if the results are keeping them up at night. Scary thought. We analyzed the data, Yine says. The Holfs are emitting radio waves. Radio waves? That seems so ordinary. We don't know if they are using these waves to communicate or if it's a natural byproduct, Bertie says. Byproduct? Morgan asks. For example, humans emit thermal energy, or rather, body heat. You can see it if you view a person using infrared goggles. Our bodies also generate an electrical signal, so perhaps the Holfs produce radio waves. How does this help us? Radcliffe asks. We could build a weapon that counters the radio waves. Perhaps it will kill them, or cause enough harm that they'll leave. Bertie raises her hands in an I don't know gesture. If they're using the waves for communication, then it would stop their ability to transmit. That also might scare them away or make them unable to attack in force. What counters radio waves? Radcliffe asks. More radio waves. A weapon could emit the same wavelength and frequency as the Hulfs, but out of phase, so the two waves will cancel each other out. It's called destructive interference. Her comments reminded me of my physics classes. If you don't get it just right, the two waves could converge and amplify the signal. There's always going to be risks. However, if we design the emitter right, it will sample the frequencies phase from the Hulfs and then produce a counter-signal, Bertie says. How long would it take to sample them? Morgan asks. A fraction of a second. Wait, back up, Mom says. It's been too long since my university days. Can you explain the difference between wavelength and frequency? Bertie explains. Wavelength is how long the wave is. Think of it as a piece of string curved up and down like a snake. The wave is measured from the middle of one crest to the next crest. For the Hulfs, the wavelength is 0.92 meters. Radio and infrared waves are longer than X-rays and gamma rays. Frequency is how fast the wave is moving, like a wave in an ocean racing to shore. If we create a signal that has the same frequency and wavelength, but the crests of our waves are at the same time as the troughs of the Hulf's waves, they will both disappear, Yine adds. Okay, that makes sense. How long will it take to build the emitter? My mom asks Yine. Building it should only take a few days. That's not the problem. The difficulty will be designing it with the supplies we have on hand. It's been a long time since humans used radio waves. We're also going to need an engineer to help. Do we have an engineer on base? Mom asks Dad. I'll have to look at the personnel list. Dad accesses his portable. Maybe Jim McGinnis has an engineering background. He's in charge of the base's maintenance crew. While my dad checks, I'm struck by Yine's comment about humans using radio waves. Could we also build a radio receiver? If the Hulfs are using radio waves to communicate, we could hear what they say. The likelihood of the alien speaking English is infinitesimal, Yine snaps. Is it me, or is she just all gloom and doom? Do we have any linguists on base? They could try to translate it. Even if we don't, we should record it, so when we re-establish contact with DES, we can send it to their language experts. That's actually a good idea, Bertie says, sounding surprised. Sheesh, tough room. My dad glances up from the portable. Jim has a mechanical engineering degree. Will that work? Yes, that's perfect, Yine says without a snap. It must be me. Finally, something going right for a change. Don't worry, I won't relax. There's still plenty of things that can go horribly amiss. Curious about the Hulf's radio wave, I ask Yine what the frequency is. The scientist scrunches up her nose as if in pain. Bertie swallows. Her face pales, quite the feat, considering she's already rather pale. What did I do now? I didn't think it was a hard question. It's 330 megahertz, Yine finally says. 330? Why does that sound familiar? Is that significant? Radcliffe asks. Trust the man's internal something's wrong detector to pick up on their discomfort. It's the same frequency of Sagittarius, A star. That's the name of the supermassive black hole at the Milky Way's galactic center. Chapter 14, 2522, 228. Wait, what? We all stare at Dr. Zheng. Did she just say that the shadow blobs are emitting the same radio waves as the black hole at the center of our galaxy? That would be cool, except I thought nothing escapes a black hole, I say. Once past the black hole's event horizon, nothing does. Not even light, Yine says. But the signal is from the region around the black hole. Are you implying that the Holfs might be from the galactic center? Mom asks. No, that would be impossible. Why not? I ask, before my internal filter can stop me from questioning an astrophysicist with a doctorate. The Holfs had to get here from somewhere, and if there's a portal in the pits, then why can't they use them too? And then the logic catches up. Oh, right, those pits were destroyed. The shadow blobs aren't using the warrior portals, but something else. Now everyone is looking at me. What? We haven't confirmed the existence of your portals, Ara. Yine's words are clipped. Is having the same radio frequency significant? Radcliffe asks again. It's just a strange coincidence. Radcliffe and I exchange a glance. One of the things I learned by reading the security handbook is that true coincidences are rare. What's inside a black hole? Mom asks. Apparently, it's been too long since her last astronomy class. Gravity, Yine says. Matter is crushed down to a mass of zero, and gravity is all there is. Definitely not going to be vacationing there, and no chance shadow blobs could live there either. There is a theory that a black hole exists into another space-time, acting like a wormhole, she adds. I perk up at the mention of wormholes. Perhaps Niall's theory has merit, and the shadow blobs are traveling through black holes. Of course, nothing but gravity can survive the journey, Bertie says. Boo. But I wonder, is there the same frequency radio waves coming from all the black holes in the universe? No, they're all different, and only the radio-loud active galaxies produce radio wave emissions. They range in frequency from 10 megahertz to 100 gigahertz. So, no way our black hole is connected to another black hole in a different galaxy, creating a shortcut between them. The astrophysicists leave to consult with the engineer. We really could use DES's help with all this, Dad says. Any progress on getting through the blockade? I glance at Radcliffe. Beau and I have been testing Jarren's defenses while waiting for orders to try and use Jarren's exit. I've been reluctant to make an attempt to reach DES until we learn more about the Holfs, Radcliffe says. But it appears it's going to be a while before the astrophysicists are ready. He looks at me. Can you find that breach again? I don't hesitate. Yes. All right. Tomorrow afternoon we'll implement the distraction protocol. We, sir? Officer Morgan and I will provide the distraction while you and Dory slip through the crack. Fun. I just hope Jarren's not waiting on the other side. The four of us gather in Radcliffe's office. The countdown has started for Operation Distraction! Sorry, I couldn't resist. Plus, nervous energy courses through me like electricity. If I screw this up, Jarren will know I'm alive and probably start planning to correct his oversight right away. No pressure there, right? How much time do you need to worm to the breach? Radcliffe asks me. I consider. On my own, it'd take me about an hour. With bow trailing, 90 minutes? All right. Morgan and I will wait 30 minutes, then go in and test grids 143 and 144, Radcliffe says. He and Morgan will use the 2 terminals in his office, while Beau and I will use the dual ones in Beau's. When we enter, I spot a glass of water and a bottle of painkillers on his desk. That's super nice, and a pang of guilt hits me. Beau doesn't know about my new ability. Radcliffe thought it was best to keep the information to those that needed to know, and I'd argued, unsuccessfully, that my partner definitely needed to know. However, I'm pretty certain that there's going to be a slip-up in my future. I sit down in front of the terminal and insert my tangs. This is too important, and I don't want to drop out of the QNet during a critical time. Ready? Beau asks me. I square my shoulders and draw in a breath. Yes. Let's go. We access the QNet. I take point and lead Beau to Jarren's maze of hidden clusters, alarms, and programs. To say it's complex is not doing it justice. It's a work of freaking art. Damn, Beau says. How did you find this? I follow Jarren. Now shush. As I enter the maze, I have a brief thought about being the proverbial mouse in the maze searching for a piece of cheese. Queen Mouse will show Jarren, the murdering looter, just what she can do. I clamp down on a laugh. Niall's nickname for me is very appropriate right now. What's so funny? Beau asks. Too much to explain, and I need to concentrate. Slowing, I worm through the intricate layers with care. Beau slides in behind me with nary a ripple. After all this time working together, we've developed a synergy. We near the breach. Jarren's QNet fingerprints are all over like a green slime on wet walls. I channel my inner snail and squeeze through his gaps at a, snail's pace. It's tight, and I wonder if he increased his security measures. Did he suspect someone found his exit? Fear sweeps through me, tingling down to my fingertips. I pause. I check the programming again, seeking traps. Being thorough, it takes me a while, and oh, you tricky bastard, there's a near-invisible web around the breach. Stars. The strands of the alarm are woven tight, but there are a few tiny fissures. I aim for one of the bigger ones, which isn't saying much, as they're all really small. I sense Beau backing away, no surprise. Getting one of us through is going to be a miracle. With 2 of us, there's no chance in hell. An ache throbs in my head as I navigate through the tight threads. Halfway through, I'm stuck with nowhere to go. I'm just too heavy. It's hard to describe, but I'm like a shadow blob with too many tentacles. Too much mass. If I move in any direction, I'll trigger an alarm. Too bad I can't turn less dense like the shadow blobs. Frustration pulses. I managed to get through the blockade when I was dreaming for Star's sake. And when I flew to the satellite feeds, it was... Oh, my stars. A terrible idea occurs to me. I mean, really, really bad. But it's the only play I have left. Before I can change my mind, I can't believe I'm going to do it. I've removed my tangs. My presence, for lack of a better word, lightens. The web of alarms around me no longer constricts. Fun and frightening, I fly between the strands, heading straight for Jarren's breach. When I reach it, I slow back to snail mode and slip through the crack in the blockade. Peeking out, I brace for an ambush. Nothing except the vastness that is the rest of the QNet. Yes! I don't waste time celebrating, though. My first task is to create an escape route through the blockade. A near-invisible one, so we can contact DES without alerting Jarren. I move far away from his exit. It's easier on this side, because all his programs are set to keep information in. My tunnel is like a sewing needle sliding through the tiny holes in a fabric's weave. In this case, the needle is hollow to allow messages to get through. It's a delicate and exacting process. Once I finish, I seek a way to contact DES, even though a headache slams on my skull. I'm thinking about searching for an interstellar navigator when a life-saving device pops up from nowhere. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but it reminds me of those red floating survival rings we had when I was a kid on Planet Xinji. The research base was right next to a shallow lake. I've lots of good memories of playing in that lake with Phoenix. Splash fights, dunking him being dunked, sculpting warriors out of sand. Go on, say it. We were archaeology geeks. It's pretty obvious the life ring is a trap set by Jarren. I inspect it carefully for his fingerprints, search for hidden alarms and near-invisible traps. It's clean. Huh. I mull over the implications for a while. It only materialized when I considered finding a navigator. Who would leave something like this so close to the blockade? And who had the skills to hide it so well? The answer appears as suddenly as the device. I grab the ring. A message from Chief Vasily pops up. Confirmation that I wasn't dreaming when I reached out to the navigation chief. Good news, right? 2522, 215. Officer Radcliffe, DES security personnel were unable to find, let alone break through, your so-called looters' blockade. In fact, considering the planet has gone silent, most of them think your message is a morbid prank from a bored wormer. I'm not as certain, since the skills needed to reach me are beyond a typical wormer. I'm leaving this hidden connection to me with the hope that you can once again escape the blockade and contact me. I guess I couldn't blame the chief for thinking my message was a hoax, but you have to give him credit for following up and for the skill needed to keep the so-called looters from finding it. He sent it 14 days ago. I hope he's not in a time jump by now. 2522, 229. Chief Vasily, thank you for being willing to believe me. We've created an escape tunnel through the blockade. Although I now have access to DES, I'm still concerned about the looters discovering our new ability to communicate. Can you aid us in contacting someone in security who can guarantee us a secure and safe connection? In other words, someone who knows how to keep the wormers out. Knowing Bo is waiting for me, I'm about to use my escape tunnel in return when a message arrives. That was fast. 2522, 229. Officer Radcliffe, so glad to hear from you. I'm about to win a ton of credits from the rest of the crew. I'm patching in our Chief of Security, Officer Odette Boucher. She'll make sure you reach the right people at DES without tipping the looters off. Here she is. Hello, Tace. Thank the universe you're alive. Is your son Keith also well? Oh no. She knows Radcliffe and is purposely trying to test him. Better fess up before she asks me something I don't know. Officer Boucher, this is Junior Officer Ara Lawrence. I'm sorry for the deception, but I used Officer Radcliffe's name because no one would know me, as I'm new to security. Both Radcliffe and his son Niall are fine, along with the rest of the security team and the scientists on the base. We only had one casualty, Officer Ivan Menz. Please allow me to connect you to Radcliffe.
So, I'm to believe a junior officer is capable of reaching a navigation chief?
I interned with Chief Hoshi, and she taught me a great deal about the QNet. Please let me connect you. It won't take me long.
Why does the name Lawrence sound familiar?
Ha! Another test. It's Officer Radcliffe's wife's maiden name.
I'll wait.
Phew. I quickly retreat from the cluster and use my new escape route to return to Yulene's security. Radcliffe and Morgan are still entangled, but Bo is not. Odd.
What took you so long?
Radcliffe demands. His growl tells me two things. I've been worming much longer than he expected, and he was worried. I briefly explain about Vasily and Officer Boucher.
How did you—
No time. She's waiting. You need to do your security chief thing right now.
Update Dory.
Radcliffe says to Morgan.
Lead on, Lawrence.
Even though I created the escape tunnel, I'm still super careful not to make too many ripples. Radcliffe follows me with ease. After we're past the blockade, I show him Vasily's message. He notices the life ring.
Now what?
Grab it, I say.
Cute.
I can't take any credit. He gives me the QNet equivalent of a grunt.
Go back to the base, Lawrence. I can take it from here.
Can you find the tunnel through the blockade without alerting Jarren?
I've been worming in the QNet since it was invented. I think I can handle retracing our route.
A simple yes would have sufficed. I grumble at him.
You're not the only one who can snark.
Then he connects to Officer Boucher before I can snark back. The messages between them fly fast and furious. I leave them to it. Besides, my brain has turned to jelly, and by the painful contractions in my head, I suspect brain matter might ooze from my ears. Even though I'm tired and don't have tangs in, I still ensure I disentangled properly to avoid another killer migraine. Fire burns across my forehead. I rub it as I glance around. Bo is leaning against his desk, staring at me with a hard gaze. He's holding his hand out. For a moment, my exhausted brain thinks there's a couple of pain pills on his palm. Except they're—
Care to explain these?
Bo asks. My tangs. I sigh. Dredging up a bit of energy, I enlighten him. He asks all the same questions as Radcliffe and my parents.
Why didn't you tell me?
Bo asks. He tries to maintain a neutral tone, but we've spent so much time together that I know he's hurt. Denial? If I didn't acknowledge it, then this scary new thing didn't exist. But even I couldn't maintain it, and I'm the queen of denial. Then I rat Radcliffe out. I plan to tell you after this op.
If you were going against Radcliffe's order, why not tell me before the op?
Because of— I wave a hand at him.
What?
That expression on your face, that's what. You're not sure if you believe me or not. You think I'm a freak. And I needed you super focused today and not worried I might turn catatonic.
Why? I couldn't get through. I didn't help.
My brain might be turning into mush, but I notice he didn't protest and say, I'm not a freak. You helped. A lot. I was more cautious. Otherwise, I would have run right into that web. Also, if we triggered an alarm that close to the breach, Jarren was sure to investigate. You would have talked to him again. That gave me more confidence to navigate that sticky little surprise. I rub my temples as strange sparks flash and swirl in my vision. Closing my eyes just makes everything brighter, so I open them.
Here.
Bo hands me my tangs, 2 pills, and the glass of water.
Thanks.
I down the pills in one gulp. That's my job, taking care of the super wormer. It's not a compliment. I surge out of the chair and get right in his face. Get over yourself, Bo. You're a talented wormer and a smart guy. Yes, I'm now some prodigy in the QNet, but it's because something or some things fried my brain. I tap my pounding head with my index finger. I don't recommend it, as it's frankly terrifying when it happens. But you know what? I poke him in the shoulder. Bo's amber eyes are huge, but he manages a weak, "What?" as if he's afraid to ask. You're a jerk. I really need my partner to understand, to be supportive, to be someone I can tell all this crazy crap to without worrying he'll think I'm a freak. This isn't some competition, Bo. If you were the one to reach DES, I'd be jumping for joy, excited for you and the rest of the base. This is a big freaking deal. We might just survive this. But all I want to do is... My skin flushes with a clammy sweat as the floor undulates under me. Do what? Bo asks. Puke. I rush for the trash can. Kneeling over it, I heave out the 2 pain pills and the dregs of my lunch from so very long ago. A sour-smelling bile gushes out next. Ugh. Bo crouches next to me. He sweeps my hair back, holding it out of the way. His other hand is on my forehead. His palm is cool and comforting, helping to dampen the spike of pain that is hammering on my skull, in time with my dry heaves. When I'm done, he pulls me from the rancid stench. Scooting back, he holds me to his chest, supporting me as I regain my breath. You forgot one thing, Bo says when my heart rate returns to normal. Oh? When you said I was talented and smart. Figures he'd remembered that. Did I say that? I must have been hallucinating. He ignores the jab. You did. You forgot to add how incredibly handsome I am as well. I groan. Oh, how could I forget your giant ego? But inside I'm smiling, because my Bo is back. The door opens. Niall takes one step inside the office and stops. He's staring at us. At that moment, his resemblance to his father is almost uncanny. Seems a supernova glower can be inherited. Who knew? Not that I blame him. I'm still wrapped in Bo's arms, pressed against his very muscular chest. And why did I only notice his muscles now? Oh boy. Niall's nose crinkles as he glances at the noxious trash can. I try to move away, but Bo's arms are like iron. You good? Bo asks me. Yeah. Help her stand, Bo orders Niall, releasing me. Niall grabs my wrists and pulls me to my feet, except my legs have turned into 2 overcooked carrots that refuse to hold my weight. I sag, but Niall scoops me up as if I weigh nothing. Opening my mouth to protest, I meet his gaze and wisely keep quiet. I suspect this is more for him than me. Men. Should I call Dr. Edwards? Bo asks. No, all I need is food and rest, I say before Niall can say yes. I'm sorry about your trash can. No, you're not, Bo says with a smile. True. Go get that rest. He shoos us. Niall carries me out. Radcliffe is still at his terminal. Although his gaze is aimed at his screen, his stare is distant. Morgan has disentangled. She spots us. You know, most people would have escaped the blockade, made contact with DES, and called it a day. You mean the lazy underachievers? I ask. Morgan laughs. The sound erupts from her gut in short bursts. Finally! Is it strange that I'm more proud of making her laugh than breaking through Jarren's blockade? Probably. They also know their limits and wouldn't need to be carried because they exhausted themselves, Niall says. I'm feeling better. You can put me down. His hold tightens. Guess that's a no. So I endure the indignity of being carried like a baby back to my unit and into my bedroom. Niall lays me on the bed. No one showed up for dinner, so I came looking for you. Are you hungry? Starving. Stay here. He jabs a finger at the bed before turning on his heel and leaving. As much as I'd love to remain, the vile taste in my mouth just won't be ignored. I sneak into the washroom while Niall is busy in the kitchen. Brushing my teeth is pure heaven. Of course, he's standing on the other side of the door after I finish freshening up. That's code for using the toilet, washing my hands and face, and combing my hair. His arms are crossed. It's been a really long day, and I needed to use the washroom, I say in my defense. No softening in his posture. Fine. Let's see if he can maintain his overprotective stubbornness. Okay, you're right. I'm still not steady. There's a bit of give. I need a shower. You can join me and make sure I don't fall. He drops his arms in surprise and steps back. Score. Then he squints at me in suspicion. Guess I shouldn't have smirked. A beep sounds from the kitchen. Your ass better be in bed in 1 minute, Niall growls, then heads to the kitchen. Despite the pain gnawing on my skull, I'm in bed within 30 seconds. Niall arrives soon after with a tray. On it are 2 bowls of delicious-smelling beef stew, 2 glasses of water, and 2 cups of chocolate pudding. He sets it down and then joins me on the bed. Thanks, I say. A grunt, which is better than a growl. We eat in silence, and each bite revives me. I scrape the sides of the cup with my spoon, trying to get every last bit of pudding. There's more, Niall says. He takes the tray and returns with another pudding cup. My hero. He sits on the edge of the bed while I suck it down. It doesn't take me long. Gotta love a sugar rush. But he's still uncharacteristically quiet. Are you mad about Beau and I finally ask. That wasn't anything. I was sick and he... I know. No. I'm just worried. Not what I expected. About me and Beau? No, although at first... He shakes his head. No, about you. Niall stares off into the distance. Remember when I said you reminded me of a comet? Yes. Now I'm worried. Where is he going with this? I'm afraid you're too much like a comet. Burning so bright, doing impossible things, going full speed. I'm worried you'll burn out or crash. You've no sense of self-preservation. You'll give your all until you collapse. Considering what happened today, it's hard to argue with that last comment. But I'm not suicidal. I have a good sense of self-preservation. Okay, tell me one example where you didn't risk your life for someone else or risk your health to accomplish something. I search through my memories. There has to be a time. Aha! There was a Rhodemian spider in my room on Planet Wuan. Those suckers are deadly, and I called my dad to take care of it. Knowing my dad, he captured it and tossed it outside the base. That doesn't count. I think it should. Rhodemians are hairy, hand-sized, horrible little monsters. I shudder. How about just in the last 233 days? He asks. Basically, since I've known him. Okay, fine. I sort through all that has happened and can't find an example. That's not fair. Lots has happened in those 233 days. He waits. Okay, you made your point. What else am I supposed to do? I'm a security officer. Isn't that part of the job? Men's died saving my life. You did it before you were an officer. Then that means I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Huh. Never thought of it in that way before. What's really bothering you? Niall runs his fingers through his hair, leaving behind little spikes. The plan to open another pit and portal. You're going to charge right on in and go through that portal. I just know it, and I'm going to lose you forever. Like... His fingers curl into fists. My mom. The last two words were almost a whisper. His grief is so raw, it's like sandpaper scraping across my heart. Oh, Niall. I scooch in close behind him and wrap my arms around his shoulders. Pressing my cheek against his, I say, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm doing too much, going too fast. I'm scared, and I just want all this with Jarren and the shadow blobs to be gone so we can just be. I will be more careful and more considerate in the future. He twists and pulls me forward. I end up in his lap, facing him. Niall hugs me, pressing me against his chest. Thank you. His embrace is warm and comforting. I close my eyes, breathing in his scent. My mom died 983 actual days ago. Before we headed to Xinji, the ship stopped at Planet Omicron to deliver supplies and drop off passengers. She went planetside with my dad to, as she liked to say, refresh her creative batteries. He clears his throat. There was an incident at the port. Every muscle in Niall's body tenses. A guy with colony fever demanded the shuttle pilot take him to the ship. Of course, the pilot refused, so he grabbed a little boy, threatened to kill him. Mum was behind them, and according to Dad, she didn't hesitate. She tackled the guy, knocking the boy away. But the guy had a knife, and he stabbed her in the leg. The son of a bitch. Hit her femoral artery. Nothing my dad could do but watch. That's terrible. But it did explain why Niall was so upset by my behavior. Captain Harrison broke the news to me. I'd volunteered to stay on the ship that first day. Niall huffs. Elise was climbing the walls days before we obtained orbit. I could wait another day. He pauses. I went down for the funeral, though. She wanted to be cremated, and... The silence stretches. I glance up at him. Niall's gaze is on one of the paintings. This is going to sound strange, but to me it makes perfect sense. She wished for us to mix her ashes with paint. Mum gave me a canvas with a landscape drawn on it in pencil. It's a picture of her favorite place in the galaxy. I'm supposed to paint that landscape with her paint. Wow. No wonder Radcliffe had been so against Niall using his talent, not only reminding him of his wife, but of her request. It sounds rather morbid, I say. I know, but she always said she put her heart and soul into her paintings, so why not be a painting and brighten a room? Maybe make someone's day a bit happier. Mum would say, Better than being shoved in some ugly urn or buried in the ground and forgotten. When you put it that way, you're right. That does make sense. You would have loved her, Mouse. No doubt. This earns me a brief smile. Then his smile fades. I haven't painted her landscape. It's just too hard. And, frankly, creepy. I understand. Not that I've any experience with cremated remains. I imagine if it's mixed with paint, it would be thick and gritty and crumbly when dried. Like a warrior heart. Did the aliens who built the warriors literally put their hearts and souls into the statues? An interesting thought. Too bad there's no way to test that theory, just like all my ideas. Do you think you'll ever paint it? I ask. Eventually. There's a museum on Earth that has a bunch of her paintings on display. I promised them a dozen or so more for their collection. One of those is going to be her painting. I figured she'd love it there, being with the people who appreciate her art the most. That's lovely, Niall. He meets my gaze. I haven't told anyone about the museum, not even my dad. Thanks for listening to everything. Anytime. I'm rewarded with a kiss. It's tender and sweet, and if he keeps it up, I'm gonna melt right in his arms. My birthday can't come soon enough. And if you're the type that believes I should wait until marriage, honey, I might not live that long. A harsh clearing of the throat interrupts us. Radcliffe is standing in the threshold. Niall and I break apart. We're having a team meeting at 0700 tomorrow. You're both expected to be there. Yes, sir, we say in unison. Radcliffe hesitates, but then shoots Niall his heavy stare before leaving. Unaffected, Niall chuckles, but he stands. You need your sleep, Mouse. Radcliffe has rotten timing. And I don't want Niall to leave. So I do what I used to do as a kid when I wanted my mom to stay longer. Can I ask you a question? He stills, as if wary. Sure. What is colony fever? Oh, he blows out a breath. It's very rare, but occasionally a colonist realizes that he is millions of kilometers from home, and he can't go back. Even if he manages to return, all of his friends and family that he left behind are long dead. So he snaps. Some with colony fever kill themselves. Others go on a rampage. It's a mental state and not a virus. It happens on spaceships as well. Ship fever? Yeah, not very original. There's milder cases of it. Like Elise. She was new, and our trip to Omicron was the longest time she was on a ship. I doubt she would have snapped, but she was driving us all crazy with her inability to stay still. And standing guard for hours. Pure torture. That, I believe. I lean forward and take Niall's hand. I've one more question. It's really important. His grip tightens. What is it? Are there any more pudding cups left? He laughs. Good night, Mouse. I'm serious. He turns off the light. Not everyone on the security team is in the conference room the next morning. Bendix and Ho are guarding the pits. Morgan and Tora are watching detention. My parents are in the meeting along with Doctors Gage and Jeffries. Wondering if Beau purposely took the seat next to Niall, I sit in the empty one between him and Elise. Yesterday, at approximately 1700 hours, our security officers created a breach in the blockade without tipping off Jarren. He glances at Jeffries and Gage. "We are now able to communicate with DES," Radcliffe says. A cheer rises. My parents beam at me and Beau, and my mom can't resist smirking at Jeffries and Gage. When the noise settles, Radcliffe continues. "I was able to talk at length with Chief Security Officer Odette Boucher. She updated me on our status and was able to arrange a secure path to DES HQ. Radcliffe consults his portable. Then his serious gaze scans each of us, as if he's taking our measure and gauging our abilities to handle the news. Uh-oh. I brace. According to DES, our planet was reported having gone silent on 25/22/139. We're to assume all information received from DES since then is inaccurate. Like the names of potential rich patrons of Jarren's operation. Jarren probably got a laugh by sending Radcliffe the names of innocent people to investigate. Now, we're getting accurate information. Unfortunately, not all the news is good. Planets Wuan, Ulankub, and Taishan have gone silent. Shock rolls through the conference room. The air presses down on my shoulders, and I hunch forward as I absorb the horrible news. 3 more warrior planets have gone silent. Does that mean they're all dead, like on Planet Xinji? Or cut off, like us? Did they report a looter attack before their communication ceased? Dr. Jeffries asks in a rough voice. No, if they were attacked, they were prevented from reporting it to DES. Just like with us, Jarren was probably monitoring their messages. But unlike us, I'd bet no one on those planets could see the shadow blobs. Which means... I rest my forehead near the edge of the table as black and white spots swirl in front of me. Over 1,000 people dead. Eviscerated. Beau squeezes my shoulder in support. Elise leans close to my ear. Breathe. But the air has turned from a gas into a solid, jamming my windpipe. The black spots converge. A loud hum sounds. Whack! A hand slams on my back. Pain radiates along my ribs. I cough, expelling the blockage before gasping. Breathe, Elise orders. And I do. Eventually my lungs work on their own. My vision clears, and I straighten, only to wish I could slide under the table. Everyone is staring at me. We're trying to stay optimistic, Radcliffe finally says. Unlike me, I skipped right to the worst-case scenario. Did any of those planets report finding anything unusual? Mom asks. No, all the reports were normal. If they did discover anything, Jarren must have blocked it. So we're assuming Jarren and his looters are responsible? Dr. Jeffries asks. For the time being, until we receive more information. How did Jarren get to these planets when he was here only 60-plus days ago? Dr. Gage demands. He's somehow using the warriors to travel. But I'm smart enough not to say it aloud. Not because Radcliffe shoots me a warning look. Sheesh. He's obviously working with other groups, Radcliffe says. He probably organized a coordinated attack. The good news is that the Protector-class ships are still en route to all the active warrior planets, and DES has launched a few more to check on the closed warrior planets as well. What about Jarren? Are they searching for him? Mom asks. Now that they know about him, they're forming a team to locate him. I huff. Good luck with that. Beau and I exchange a significant glance. If DES couldn't get through to us, they're not going to find him. We're sending DES all the information we have on Jarren, and also on the Hulfs. Radcliffe frowns. Seems they're skeptical about the Hulfs' existence, but they promised to have their engineers work on a design for that null wave emitter. Dr. Zhang gave me access to her notes.
That's wonderful, Dad says.
Did they say when it'll be done?
No, but they're aware it's an urgent matter.
What should we do while we're waiting for the Protector-class ship to arrive? Mom asks. Nothing. At this point, we are to wait for orders from DES. They made it clear that we are not to do anything. He glances at my mother, but she raises her chin at him in defiance. I know it's frustrating, but at least DES knows we're alive. Small comfort. How long before Jarren figures out we contacted DES? They'd have to assign their top people who are most skilled with navigating the QNet in order not to alert him. But I can't even be that optimistic. I'd say we have a couple days at most before they tip him off. Scary. Could we find him? It would be difficult, but we have a better chance.
No, Mom says. I'm not sitting here waiting for orders. They're skeptical about the Hulfs, which means they'll debate it to death. Our death, most likely. No. We're boots on the ground, in the thick of things, and have the most at stake. Doctors Carson and Zhang will continue to construct the null weapon, and we're still going to the other pits.
Go, Mom. Radcliffe opens his mouth to, no doubt, protest, except the rest of the room agrees with my mother, especially the officers. The meeting breaks up soon after that, and most everyone files out. Get your ass to training, recruit, Elise says before leaving. But Beau and I remain behind with Niall, hovering halfway between the door and the table. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Beau asks. That DES will botch the job, alert Jarren that we breached his blockade, and will be neck-deep in looters within 7 days? Yup. Niall returns to the table. You're not thinking of doing something rash. He's really asking me, although he addresses us both. Don't worry, Junior. We'll clear it with the boss first, Beau says. What's it? Your girl here is leagues above what any DES expert can do. Now that we can get past the blockade, we can find Jarren's physical location for them and send them the info. Can you really? Niall asks me. We can. And this is going to sound like I'm bragging, but we can also reconnect those other warrior planets to DES. If anyone is still alive. Beau bangs his fist on the table. Damn straight! Then he hops to his feet. I'll talk to Radcliffe, see if we can start this afternoon. He bolts, but Niall is still frowning. I remember my promise, I say to him. Actually, it's safer for us if we search for Jarren. I really don't think DES fully understands just how skilled he is. He's managed to fool them for so long, and his alarms are almost impossible to spot. And because worry lines crease his forehead, I add, I won't do too much in one session. There won't be a need to carry me back to my room. This earns me a half-smile. I don't know about that. You're already late for training. Elise is going to run you into the ground. I groan. Get moving, recruit. Chop, chop. Niall hits his palm with the edge of his other hand, making a chopping sound. You'll pay for this later, Toad. I sprint past him. Looking forward to it, Mouse. Every muscle in my body is sore by the time I report to Beau's office. Niall wasn't kidding. Elise made me pay for being late. Neither Radcliffe nor Morgan are around, which is unusual, but not, oh my stars, alarming. As soon as I enter the back room, Bo shakes his head. Radcliffe said no. We can't search for Jarren. I plop into my chair. The room smells of lemon and pine, a major improvement over yesterday. There's a shiny new trash can in the corner. What about helping the other silent planets? I asked. That's a no as well. Bo rubs his face. He said, and I quote, that we are all employed by DES. They own the base, and we will abide by their decision. Steepling my fingers, I lean back. Did he also add something uncomplimentary about my mother? Bo waves away my question. There might have been some other comments. It's not relevant. Uh-huh. So, what are we supposed to do? You'll like this. We're supposed to keep testing Jarren's blockade so he thinks we didn't find a way through. Oh, joy. Bo presses a hand to his chest. My stars, girl, contain your enthusiasm. Then he peers at me. What are you thinking? I'm thinking Radcliffe is going to need to be convinced. I know one way you can do that. Really? How? Take him with you into the QNet. Show him the maze of Jarren's programs you navigated to reach DES. If that doesn't change his mind, nothing will. It's worth a shot. Except Radcliffe is too busy sending information to DES to waste his time worming with me. My frustration builds with each day, and my fear. Any little noise sends me to the ceiling, convinced Jarren is attacking the base. But there is some good news. 4 days after we re-establish communication with DES, they message us diagrams for the null wave emitter. The design is easy to read and uses supplies we have on hand. Double bonus. Doctors Carson and Zhang, along with Jim McInnes, excitedly promise a prototype to test in a couple days. The problem is, I'm worried we don't have a couple days. DES hasn't found any signs of Jarren, not in the QNet or his physical location. It's not a surprise his hideout is, well, hidden. DES only has access to satellites and messages from people living on the colony planets, all of which can be wormed. But I'd hoped they'd spot the clusters he's been using. I use my extra time, 'cause let's face it, it doesn't take Bo and me long to test the blockade, to train extra hard. When Jarren attacks, I'm not going to worry about my aim. Oh no, Mr. Orange Light is mine. You'd think with all the physical activity I'd sleep well at night, but I toss and turn. Each night gets worse. It's all my fault. I'm the one who said to Bo that we'd be neck-deep in looters in 7 days. So here it is, the night before day 7. Exhausted, I stare at the ceiling, willing myself to sleep. Except my heart is acting like I just ate 4 pudding cups. It's thumping out, gotta be ready, gotta be ready, gotta be ready, in double time. The desire to crawl into bed with my parents pulses through me. When I was little and something scared me at night, I'd sneak in under their covers. I doubt Radcliffe would appreciate a midnight visitor. Imagining his reaction, I huff in amusement. Then I give up and go into the kitchen. Maybe a warm drink will help. I brew a cup of one of those flowery, weedy-type teas that are supposed to make you sleepy. I take a sip. Ugh, needs sugar. Lots of sugar. Sitting on the couch, I spot Radcliffe's portable on the table. I access the chapters on how to deal with a combative prisoner. Yet another fact-filled assignment from my training officer. I wonder just how much of these lessons will stick with me. Once a situation goes sideways and the adrenaline kicks in, I find it hard to believe I'll be able to maintain a clinical detachment. Sipping my tea, I spend the next couple hours reading, and the dry protocols do what the tea could not. I fall asleep on the couch. Jarren invades my dreams. No surprise, as he's been a frequent visitor of late. This time, he's standing in the hallway on the other side of the door to our unit. "Come out and play, a little worm. It's been so boring without you," Dream Jarren calls. "Go away." "It's too late for that. I'm coming for you." The door opens, and he strides in. He holds out a hand to me. "Let's fly." "No, I'm not supposed to. DES is handling the situation. You do realize I've been building my network for years, and they've no clue what I'm doing? They're not a threat to me." His tone implies they're more a threat to me. Actually, they're quite useful, as I've learned a few things. Jarren gives me a significant look. What started as a dream just veered into reality. His sly cat-ate-the-mouse smile turns my blood into ice. We're in the QNet, and I'm communicating with the real Jarren as if we're worming together like we used to do back on Xinji. Did my dream self inadvertently reach out to him in the QNet? Or did he come looking for me? And more importantly, does he know it's me? Or think I'm some other wormer? All scary questions. I panic. "Go away," he sighs. "Oh, you're no fun, Lyra. Or should I call you Ara?" His last words render me speechless, and confirm he's well aware of who I am, despite not seeing me in the camera feeds. "You can change your name, but you can't hide from me. See you soon." Jarren leaves. Without thinking, I follow him. Well, I track him. I zip through his breach, cut through a number of clusters, and dip toward the star roads. They call to me. Ignoring them, I focus on Jarren, but his trail is gone. Where is he? And then, the QNet says, "Here." And I about faint from the shock, but I'm too busy falling toward a planet. It's bright yellow, and a desert covers 68% of its surface. The other 32% is carpeted by forests. Tall green trees with big canopies of leaves spread out over the rolling landscape and effectively hide Jarren and his thugs from the satellite's cameras. The planet is Yulin. Chapter 15, 2522, 236. Oh my stars. Jarren has been hiding on planet Yulin this entire time. Even though the desire to get far away fast pushes on me, I need to move through the QNet without causing ripples. I don't want Jarren to know I've located him. Before I wake up, disentangle, I check the satellite feeds, searching for a shuttle flying toward the base or an army of looters crossing the desert. The early morning sun washes the sand with its golden light. Other than a few field teams, nothing else stirs. I create a program to alert us if there is any movement from Jarren's camp. Tucking it into Jarren's own protections to hide it is somewhat fun. I'm still freaked over the fact he's so close, and that he knows I'm alive, and that we had a conversation through the QNet. Although I shouldn't be surprised Jarren knows. Bo and I predicted DES would bungle it. Then I disentangle, ensuring I don't take any shortcuts to avoid a killer migraine, and ignoring the tight ball of panic in my chest that's squeezing out distress signals. Hurry! 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 When I open my eyes, Radcliffe is standing in the living room. He's frowning down at the portable in his hands. "Why are you on the couch?"
he asks. I couldn't sleep. The truth. He taps the portable. So you were worming instead? Talk about a trick question. Smoothing my hair away from my face, I sit up. No, I was reading. Then I fell asleep. And then I was worming. Which didn't sound as good as it did in my head. But not on purpose. Aura. Jarren knows I'm alive. And he's here, on Yulene. Radcliffe's grumpy annoyance transforms to steel. Where? Other side of the planet, in the forest. His fingers dance on the portable for a minute. Then he hands it to me. Show me. There's a map of Yulene. I scroll, searching for an area that looks familiar until the rest of my brain wakes up. Connecting with the QNet, I request a marker. A big red dot pulses over a large swathe of trees. I return the portable to him and disconnect. Son of a bitch, Radcliffe says, striding to the door. Before he can take off, I say, I've set up an alarm. If he leaves that area, you'll be alerted. He pauses with one hand on the door. I don't know whether to discipline you for disobeying orders or give you a commendation. I know which one I'd pick. Let's get through this first and then you can decide. Nice dodge, Lawrence. He leaves. And I hurry to report to training on time. I know not to say anything to Elise, but I have to admit it's killing me not to confide in her. The need to hear her say, "It'll be okay," is almost a physical ache. A hug of support would be nice, too. I'm even willing to overlook the evidence to the contrary. Yep, I'm that easy. My sessions with Mr. Orange Light have progressed. Now he swings back and forth, ducking my shots. And I know it's a cliché to say that it's hard to hit a moving target, but it is really difficult to get the timing just right. While my misses outnumber my hits 10-1, I wonder how Jarren managed to shoot me from a hovering shuttle while I was running. He must have practiced during those extra 20 years. Other than plotting to take over the galaxy, what else was he doing? Probably figuring out the warrior mystery and other nefarious deeds. I have to admit, when he said he'd explain everything to me and that we'd be heroes, I was tempted to hear him out. But if he can figure it all out, then so can we. Determination pumps through my veins. I aim, wait a few seconds, and fire. Direct hit! Yes! Mr. Orange Light winks out, and so do the rest of the lights in the shooting range. I count heartbeats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then they turn back on along with my panic. Expecting to see looters streaming into the training room, I race out with my pulse gun in hand and stop. Zeem and Rance are using the weight machines, and Elise is pummeling a punching bag with her bare knuckles. No one appears alarmed, but then again, no one knows about our unfriendly neighbor. Something wrong? Elise asks. Sweat streams down her face, but she's not out of breath. The bag creaks as it spins and swings on the end of the chain. Did the lights flicker out here? Yeah. Must have been a glitch. Why? I thought it might be a sandstorm. Hiding an army of looters? More like sand in the machinery. True. Those little grains of annoyance get into everything. How's target practice? Elise asks. I decided to take pity on Mr. Orange Light. Let him feel like he's doing well for a change. That good, eh? Just wait until he starts shooting back. I doubt you'll take pity on him then. He can shoot back? Yikes. Only way to learn how to aim and fire during a battle situation. You think it's hard now? Wait until you're jacked on adrenaline in a dark room, unable to see the enemy. Like the shadow blobs. I get it. No, you don't. But you will. Those ominous words echo in my head as I return to the shooting range. Mr. Orange Light no longer appears friendly, and I no longer allowed distracting thoughts to wreck my concentration. No surprise, I'm ordered to report to the conference room that afternoon. As I take a seat, I consider asking Niall for some of his mom's paintings to brighten up the place. I spend more time in here than my bedroom. Granted, I don't have many other options. The usual suspects are here. Mom, Dad, Radcliffe, and Morgan, all in the same seats, which is kind of funny. However, no one is smiling. Nope. It's easy to guess that Radcliffe told them Jarren's location. "Please explain to everyone what you were doing last night," Radcliffe says. It doesn't take me long. "I thought you said you had control," Mom says to me. Her tone is harsh. I do, except when I'm worried about something. Dad touches her arm as if to say, "Ease off the girl." Her posture softens. "How does Jarren know about you?" Radcliffe asks me. I'm assuming DES tipped him off about our escape from his blockade. Then, when he examined the breach, he figured out who created it. Are you sure it wasn't due to worming in your sleep? It's a valid question, yet the desire to shout, "Why do you always blame me?" burns in my throat. Yes, at first I thought he was just a bad dream because I've been fretting about him. But I think he was searching for me. We'll assume Jarren has been monitoring our communications with DES since yesterday. Please limit your messages to unimportant communications and say nothing of our security measures, Radcliffe says. In other words, don't tell DES we know where Jarren is hiding. We also need to train and arm as many people as we can before he arrives, Radcliffe continues. Morgan, I want you to organize this ASAP and coordinate with Spencer regarding personnel. The archaeology techs can help. Yes, sir, Morgan says. What I want to know is why didn't the satellite pick up on their thermal signatures? Dad asks. They're smarter than the average criminal, Morgan says. They located their base of operations on a hot spot. Deep underneath that area are thermal vents from volcanic magma. There's hot springs all over. Jarren and his goons are probably enjoying nice hot baths every night. And can't he worm into the satellite and alter the feeds? Mom asks. He can, and did, Radcliffe says. Then he meets my gaze. And he can again. I better check all our security measures to ensure he hasn't overridden them. Good idea, Lawrence. I also need you to find out how many people are at Jarren's base, what weapons they might have, equipment, and if they have security patrolling the forest. You're not thinking of attacking them, are you? Mom asks. It's an option. Depends on their numbers and readiness. If they're not expecting it, an attack could be quite effective. And dangerous. Mom is looking at me. It's just as dangerous if they attack us. We need more information ASAP. About that, I'm going to require Officer Dory's help. Update him about Jarren's status, Radcliffe says. The rest of the team will be informed later this afternoon. Dismissed. I hop up and head for the door, but my mom cuts me off. We need to talk, she says. Now? No, tonight after dinner. Just thought I'd warn you. I clutch at my chest in mock surprise. That's a first. Who's dying? She swats me on my bicep. Brat. Takes one to know one, I tease. Oh, that's mature. True, though. Go, before I show you just how bratty I can be. I resist the urge to stick out my tongue at her before leaving. Beau's waiting for me in his office. Another meeting? What's the big secret this time? Beau asks. Ah, he's still sore over the whole worming without tangs thing. You're going to regret asking that question. I am? Yup. I fill him in. He slouches down in his chair. Stars, girl. I warned you. You did.
He stares at the screen for a few moments. Looks like we have a ton of work. What do you want to do first? Outwardly, I don't react to the fact he asked me my opinion. Yes, we're partners, but he's always been in charge of picking what we're going to do in the QNet. Check our security measures. All right, let's get to it. I insert my tangs. It doesn't take us long to see Jarren's been snooping around. The scary part is he didn't set off a single one of our alarms. Has he altered any of our programs? Bo asks. Not for the cameras in the base, nor the ones in the satellite. I check the feeds for security. He's hit these pretty hard. Oh no. He's watching live feed in security now. Yes, he's bypassed it. But you don't show up in those feeds. Or has he found that special QNet trick too? Trick or no, the QNet ensures I'm not visible in the security camera feeds. No, that's still intact. That's good. If he doesn't see you, then he'll question whether or not you're alive. Might slow him down. Nice of you to try to make me feel better. But it's too late for that, Bo. He called me Lyra and Aura. My worming style is too obvious. I focus on our next task. Are you ready to infiltrate enemy territory? I ask. How do you want to do this? Obviously, without tipping Jarren off. On tiptoes, silent as the night, unseen No more cliches, please, I get it. So how's your head? You know he's going to be hiding behind some serious protection. Going snail speed is extra hard, and I made a promise. We should probably take a break. Do you want to work on this after dinner? Is that enough time off? Should be. Aura, if we tip Jarren off that we know where he is, he's coming straight for us, and we're not ready for him yet. It's enough time. Dinner is a strange affair. Everyone is sneaking glances at me. Well, they're trying to be sneaky, but I notice. I don't say anything, though, 'cause that would just give them all permission to ask me how I'm feeling about Jarren, and truthfully, I'd rather not have that discussion. One of the ways to be good at denial is to not examine your emotions too deeply, but to rather focus on other things, like Niall's t-shirt and how it clings to his shoulders and chest. He catches me looking at him, and I'm rewarded with one of his "I know what you're thinking" smiles. I raise my eyebrows in a "you've no idea just what I'd like to do" manner. His eyes narrow in a "I'd like to see you try" squint. Too bad Radcliffe interrupts our silent communication by asking for an update on the security measures. I fill them in on what Bo and I found. Any info on Jarren's hideout? Radcliffe asks. We're going back in tonight. We needed a break, I say, meeting Niall's gaze. Universal approval. Wow, never thought that would happen. Don't stay up too late, Mom says. I wonder if it's an automatic mom response. Do the words just pop out of her mouth? The rest of the dinner limps along with awkward small talk. Again, no one is brave enough to speculate what will happen if Jarren attacks. Although I suspect it's one of the reasons my mother wished to have a talk with me. After dinner is cleaned up, my dad leaves to recruit volunteers to help with the base's defenses. Niall washes dishes while Mom and I go to my room to have our chat. We sit on the edge of the bed facing each other. If we wore the same clothes, I could almost imagine I'm staring into a mirror that reflects my future. Her silky black hair never stays confined in a braid, just like mine. I'm being careful, I say. You don't even know what I'm about to say. I figured that would cover all the bases. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I want you to stop. Stop what? Everything.
Oh no, she's in panic mode. I know it doesn't seem like she is, since she waited until now to freak out, but think about it. I learned the fine art of denial from someone. Mom, don't mom me. Jarren killed you, and the first thing he's going to do is come after you. No, I won't let it happen. You're staying here. She points a finger at the floor. Are you grounding me? Yes. You're not 18A years. I'm still your legal guardian, and what I say goes. You can only leave this room for meals and to use the washroom. A snarky response. Why don't you just have Radcliffe throw me in detention? Wells up my throat. But I swallow it down. Logic is my only play. Hiding won't keep me safe, Mom. And while you can order me to stay here, you can't enforce it. Tace will. No, he won't. He needs me, Mom. Everyone on this base needs me. That's a ton of pressure. Maybe staying in my room isn't such a bad idea. Then you're coming home, Lyra. Back to your room in our unit. That door can be locked. She used my real name. She's really upset. This must have been building all day. I can't be seen. Yes, you can, she snaps. The cat is out of the bag, Lyra. Jarren knows. Besides... Mom glances at her hands. They're clutched tight together in her lap. Besides what? I'm tired of pretending you're dead, of ignoring the pitying looks, the awkward conversations, and there's a few people who I thought were my friends that have been avoiding me. I'm a selfish idiot. I had no idea what she's been going through, and it didn't even occur to me to ask. I'm also a self-absorbed idiot. Scooching closer, I wrap an arm around her shoulder. I'm sorry. Is Dad having problems too? I'm sure he's getting the same response, but you know your father. Yeah, not the most sensitive when it comes to others' emotions. Just like your brother. I swear I could give him my fiercest scowl, and he had no clue I was upset with him. Yeah, I had to tell him to go apologize to you, and he was always clueless as to why. But he would do it. A pang echoes in my chest. I miss my brother, but I'm glad he's safe, and I understand why my mom's being such a mom. I'm sorry you had to pretend I was dead. Not your fault. We needed to keep you safe. But now, locking me in my room isn't the answer. You know that, right? I know. She sounds just like a pouting 2-year-old. I hide my smile. It's just, I don't trust Tace to keep you safe. He has the entire base to protect. Then you're just going to have to trust me to keep me safe. It'd be easier if, when I look at you, I don't see my little girl with her pigtails and chubby cheeks. She strokes my cheek. That isn't chubby. At all. Would it make you feel better if I roll my eyes and act like a hormonal teenager? Actually, yes. I think this trouble with Jarren has robbed you of your youth. You should still be attending Soch time and complaining about it. I don't miss Soch time. At all. Do you want me to tell you why? I know why. Then you know why I need to go help Bo discover what Jarren's hiding out there in the woods. Smartass. I tisk. Name-calling? Now who's acting like a teenager? Ah, there's a smile. Mom stands and smooths her shirt. I'm not going to apologize for being a mother. Don't worry, I know it can't be helped. Be careful tonight, little Miss Know-It-All. She gives me a kiss on my forehead.
As she leaves my room, I silently disagree with her. I'm not a know-it-all. Otherwise, I would have realized that her and Dad's lives have been altered by Jarren's attack, as well as mine. I vow to be less self-absorbed in the future. I join Niall in the living area. He's sitting on the couch. Was it bad? She wanted to ground me. Really? Don't give me that look. It's not a good idea. You can't blame me. I just shake my head. I'm sorry we won't have any time together tonight. That's okay. Niall stands. I need to get some sleep. My duty schedule's been changed and I have the night shift. Is it because Jarren's on Yulin? No. We all have to take a night shift rotation. It's just my turn. How long are the rotations? 14 days. I step in close, wrap my arms around his neck and pull him in for a kiss. Not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? Niall asks. Because I can? He dips his head and gives me a kiss. Same reason. Nice to know we're in agreement. Don't worry, I won't expect it all the time, he teases. Well, that would just be boring. Nothing wrong with boring, Mouse. Sorry, but I draw the line at sensible. Phew, I better quit while I'm ahead. Beau's already in his office and ready to go. This time, I don't insert my tangs. Beau raises a thin eyebrow in question. They make me too heavy, I say. His other eyebrow joins the first, but he doesn't ask me to clarify. Without another word, we connect and use my escape tunnel to worm deep into the Q-net. As expected, Jarren is hidden behind a mountain of protections, alarms, and hidden traps. It reminds me of the game world of mutant zombies from Planet 9. Every blind corner could lead to certain death. Well, not that dramatic, but still. Worming through his defenses is like climbing up a slope filled with loose rocks and dirt. One wrong move, and the entire thing will avalanche. Snail speed is too fast. After 4 hours, we're no closer to Jarren. We've no idea how many people are with him. Nothing. We disentangle. Beau swigs a couple of painkillers and hands me the bottle. I felt like I was walking a tightrope the entire time. One slip and pow! I stretch my back. I think we need another approach. Instead of hitting him straight on, maybe we can loop in behind his defenses. What are the odds that he's going to leave a gap for us to exploit? Not very good. I gesture to the terminal. I need to be... No, not going to say it. Of course, Beau asks, need to be what? Sigh. Asleep. I rush to explain. When I'm sleeping, it's not worming, it's flying. I have no difficulty going anywhere. Even the star roads? I haven't tried, nor will I. Even my subconscious knows not to mess around with them. But you don't have control. Not at first. Not to connect to the Q-net. But once I'm there and I realize what's going on, I have full control of where I go and what I do. It's still dangerous. I'm not planning on doing it on purpose, but if it happens, I'm going to take full advantage. Beau walks me back to my unit. Radcliffe's still awake, even though it's 0100 hours. He waited up only to hear we were unsuccessful. Report to Dory's office at 0900 hours, Radcliffe says to me. I'll inform Officer Keir you won't be training for the next few days. Gathering information about Jarren is your and Officer Dory's priority right now. Yes, sir, I say. Nodding good night to Beau, I go to my bedroom. Resting my pounding head on my pillow is a small slice of heaven. I'm asleep in seconds. No dreams or invitations to fly through the Q-net interrupt my sleep. The next day, Beau and I spend 8 hours getting absolutely nowhere. We break for dinner and try again. Then It's bedtime. I wake up and repeat. I lie in bed and stare at the painting of the Chinese guardian lion. It's been 3 days of utter failure. 3 days of frustration. 3 days of discovering I'm not as good at worming as I thought. Eventually, I fall asleep. Radcliffe wakes me at 0300 hours. He's wearing a jumpsuit. Never a good sign. Fully awake, I sit up. What's wrong? Get changed. We've a situation. Jarren attacked. It's not a question. No, the Hulfs. Chapter 16. 2522, 239. By the time I wiggle into my security jumpsuit and clip on my weapon belt, Radcliffe is gone. I slow to a stop. The emergency lights are on, which means the base has lost its main power. Weak, orangish-yellow light illuminates the room, not near bright enough. Lots of shadows everywhere. We're so dead. A mind-numbing fear freezes me in place. The shadow blobs are going to slice everyone on this base into little pieces. When the Protector-class ship arrives, they'll find bits of us scattered all over the floor. "Ira!" Elise shouts from the open doorway. "Let's go! You can have your freak out later!" I snap from my paralysis and join her. We run through the hallways, encountering no one. "See? All those laps you complained about. They came in handy," Elise says, breathing easy despite our speed. Groaning is not complaining, but I gotta admit it's nice not to be gasping for breath. However, I am sucking in more air by the time we reach the stairwell that goes down to the archaeology lab. It's the only lab that is below ground level, so it's easier to access the warrior pits. Other members of the security team are already at the entrance to the stairwell, along with a big battery-operated floodlight. Everyone has their flashlights in hand. I pull mine and check the beam. Radcliffe spots me and says, "Any Hulfs in the vicinity?" I search the shadows as I test the air. "No, what happened?" "They attacked the officers in the lab. Tora escaped, but..." There's always 2 on duty. And guess who has the night rotation? I scan faces. Tora presses a cloth to her cheek. Splotches of bright red stain the white fabric. All my blood suddenly rushes into my heart. It expands, pressing painfully on my chest as if ready to explode. "Niall's still there," I say, my voice barely a whisper. Radcliffe nods. I turn to go down the stairs, but a hand clamps on my shoulder and yanks me back. "Where do you think you're going?" Radcliffe demands. "To save Niall." "Tora said the Hulfs were everywhere. We need to wait for more lights." "He could be dead by then," I shout. "And so could you." Radcliffe grabs my other shoulder and leans in so we're almost nose to nose. "Once the lights get here, we'll go in. Until then, sit tight." Sit tight? Sit tight? My heart's about to erupt, and deep within Radcliffe's gaze is raw pain. That's his son in danger. I nod, and he releases me. "Where's Bo?" I ask. "In the control center, trying to get the lights back on." "What caused them to go out?" "We don't know." It's suspicious, and the urge to worm into the Q-net wars with my panic over Niall. One way to help him is to get the lights back on, but my full attention is needed here, just in case shadow blobs escape. Urgh! Dr. Carson races toward us. She's wearing her lab coat over pajamas. A step behind her is a tall, lanky man with black hair. He's carrying a long, cylindrical object. "Officer Radcliffe!" she calls. Not waiting for an invitation, I join the 3 of them. "Still testing it. We don't know how effective it will be," she says. "What do you know?" Radcliffe asks. It will emit a counter-radio wave, but you have to aim it directly at the Hulf.
Not a problem, I say. Show me how it works. Bertie looks at the man.
Jim?
He's staring at me, with his mouth open. I suppress a sigh.
Yes, I'm not dead. Get over it and show me how this damn thing works.
Jim recovers. Here. He hands it to me.
Hold it like this.
There's a short post underneath the front. I grab it with my left hand, making a fist around it. The cylinder rests on the top of my hand. It's about 10 centimeters in diameter and approximately a meter long. Jim places the back end over the crook of my right arm. The sucker is heavy.
The controls are where your right hand is. Do you feel it?
He asks.
There's 2 teeth? Close enough. All you need to do is aim the weapon and squeeze those 2 teeth together, which will trigger the counterwave. And don't forget this.
He puts a leather strap over my neck.
In case you lose your grip.
I move my left arm so the strap sits across my body. It helps hold the weight. I swing the weapon around, getting a feel for it. How long do I need to keep this aimed at the Hulf?
Sorry, all we know is it emits a counterwave. The rest is up to you to figure out. It's not like we have a Hulf in the lab to test it on.
True.
Well, there's no time like the present. All right, here's the plan, I say. I'll take point. I need 2 people who will grab Niall and carry him out. The rest can follow with flashlights and... Junior Officer Lawrence, you are not in charge. You will not be making plans, Radcliffe says. We're waiting for more floodlights. But we have the emitter, which may do nothing at all, like the lasers.
We should take the chance. Time is not on our side. Niall could be bleeding out as we argue. Just then, my parents arrive with a bunch of techs in tow. They're carrying more portable, battery-powered floodlights. Thank the universe. Radcliffe shouts orders and details a plan that is almost exactly the same as mine. But I'm not going to quibble over whose idea it is, because I don't care. There's a primal, wild impulse in my core that's pushing on me to go, go, go! Run, run, run! Right into the archaeology lab and get Niall. When Dr. Edwards appears with a couple nurses, I bite back a scream, or I think I do. My mom gives me a wide-eyed look as if I've turned feral, and that's fine with me. I'll go all feral on those shadow blobs. Just let me at them. Bendix, Ho, Elise, and Rance heft the floodlights. They enter the stairwell first, illuminating the steps. But I'm right between them, sensing the air. No cold sensations, I think. It's hard to tell since I'm sweating. Clear, I say, and start down with Ho on my right and Rance on the left. Right behind us are Bendix and Elise, then Radcliffe, Morgan, Zeem, and last is Dr. Edwards, who insisted on coming along. Good for him. Drops of blood on the steps gleam in the bright white light. My heart rate ratchets up from supersonic to the speed of light, but I keep an even pace. We reach the bottom of the stairs. Beyond our position are the doors to the lab. They're wide open. One is marked with a bloody handprint. Not good. I swallow. Breathe. 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 The temperature drops, turning my sweat into ice. Pressure builds on my skin. Lawrence? Radcliffe asks. There are Hulfs in the lab. Also, there are no emergency lights on. It's pitch dark inside. Where are they? I'll know better once we're inside. Ready? A chorus of yes, flanked by the floodlights. I enter the lab and gasp. Just to the right of the doors is Niall. He's lying on the floor next to the wall, and he's curled into a ball with his hands laced behind his neck. It's a protective posture, except he's not moving, and there's a large pool of blood underneath him. No, 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 no! Lawrence, focus on the Hulfs. We've got him. Radcliffe says as he and Dr. Edwards rush over to him. My priority shifts. I need to protect them so they can save Niall. Fan out around Niall,
I bark. Rance, Ho, Elise, and Bendix spread out in a semicircle around the group on the floor. I scan the shadows. They're alive. Aim your flashlights at the shadows. Which ones? Elise asks. All of them. They do. It doesn't take long for curses and grunts of surprise to echo in the lab as the shadow blobs sneak weaponized tentacles through the gaps in the light. I target the shadows with my weapon, but I can't see the individual Hulfs. I step out of the ring of light. Where are you going? Bendix snaps. Damn things are everywhere. It's too bright. I aim at the middle of the first shadow blob that dives for me. Squeezing the trigger, I brace for... well, I've no idea. The shadow blob slows. Then there's a sizzle-zap sound, and the Hulf explodes into a million little black dots that wink out of sight. I whoop. The rest of the shadow blobs pause as if in shock. Then they dive for me. I backpedal until my back hits a wall. Then I aim at the closest Hulf. Sizzle, zap! And the next. Sizzle, zap! Sizzle, zap! Sizzle, fun! Tentacles lash at me with sharp blades. I duck the strikes as my training kicks in, and I keep aiming. Sizzle, zap! A handful of slashes run along my shoulders and arms, but the jumpsuit's material protects my skin from getting cut. Sizzle, zap! Sizzle, zap! Sizzle, zap! A jagged knife of agony pierces my side as a shadow blob gets past my defenses. I zap it, but I realize that the jumpsuit won't protect me from a straight thrust. And they figured it out, too. Plus, I'm outnumbered. Sizzle, zap! Sizzle, zap! Sizzle, zap! And I'm quite a few meters from the protective semicircle of light. When did that happen? Sizzle, zap! Sizzle, zap! Lawrence, retreat! Radcliffe orders. Not until Niall. But he's gone. One less thing to worry about. I step toward the lab's doors when another burning puncture erupts on my upper right thigh. Remembering Niall's mother, I freeze. A tentacle stabs into my left shoulder. I fumble to squeeze the trigger of my weapon, but my fingers are numb, and I've no feeling from the knees down. Am I bleeding out? Bright white light shines on me and the shadow blobs flee. A hand grabs my arm and yanks me to my feet. When did I sit down? Aura, move! Radcliffe pulls me along. I stumble up the stairs. The light holders are just 2 steps behind as they protect us. We burst out into the hallway. Radcliffe shouts orders about stationing the floodlights in the stairwell. The air is warm and light. Too bad the base is spinning. Hulfs! Huh? I blink, trying to focus on Radcliffe. Did any of the Hulfs escape? He asks. I scan the area. Other than the walls undulating, everything appears normal. No! Then I remember. Fear clears my unsteady thoughts. The base stills under my feet. Niall? Alive, Radcliffe says, but he doesn't look relieved. He lost a great deal of blood. Oh, no. Where? Dr. Edwards and his team rushed him to surgery. Why aren't you there? Nothing I can do for him at this point. Besides, I have to ensure my team is all right. His gaze slides to my shoulder. How bad is it? It was fine until he asked. Multiple injuries flare to life. The emitter in my arms all of a sudden gains 100 kilos. I try to take the strap off, but my shoulder is having none of it. Radcliffe lifts the weapon with ease. Did it work? Yes, it did great. Just too many of them. And they... The floor buckles under me, and I stagger to the side. Radcliffe puts his hand on my waist to steady me. I hiss in pain. You need to go to the infirmary. He calls for my parents to escort me. They admonish me for not saying something sooner. Dad puts my good arm around his neck, supporting me as we navigate the hallways. My mom clucks at me, but I've no idea what she's saying. It takes all my concentration to stay on my feet. The nurses in the infirmary frown at me. They shoo my parents out of the exam room, and then they torture me by taking off my jumpsuit and cleaning my injuries. Trust me, I'm not exaggerating. Too bad I don't have the good sense to pass out. Another doctor comes in and inspects my wounds. She introduces herself as Dr. Bharati. After the examination, she declares that 2 of the 4 punctures are shallow enough to heal on their own, but the other 2 are going to require minor surgery. My parents have fetched to give permission. Before I'm wheeled out, I ask about Niall. Any news? Still in surgery. I grab Mom's hand. Is he going to make it? She hesitates, no doubt trying to put the best spin on what she knows. Please don't lie to me, I say. I'm not. I just don't know his prognosis, and was trying to come up with something encouraging. Sorry. I squeeze her hand. Did you think of something? She gives me a wry smile. He's young and healthy, and was smart enough to curl into a protective ball. They're all points in his favor. Thanks, Mom. I focus on those positives as I'm prepped for surgery. He's my last thought before everything spins to black. I wake. My old friend, the mechanical Beep, is once again keeping watch over me. Beep, you got that right. The lights are dim, and my father is sitting in the chair, reading from his portable. The clock on the wall says it's 1600 hours. I slept all day. It takes me a few moments to remember why I'm here. Fear sharpens my groggy thoughts. How's Niall? He's out of surgery, Dad says. That's good, right? He lost a lot of blood, Lily. Oh, no. He used my nickname. Beep, calm down. Beep, you're jumping to conclusions. Dad frowns at the machine behind my head. I take a few deep breaths to steady my heart. Once the beeping slows, I ask, what does that mean? He could have brain damage. Beep, he said could. Beep doesn't mean he will. When will they know? I ask. When he wakes up. My father glances away. The unspoken, if he wakes up, hangs heavily in the air. Dad clears his throat. How are you feeling? Sore? Tired? Was anyone else injured? Minor cuts and bruises. At least there's some good news. What happened down in the lab? According to Officer Tora, all the lights in the lab just died without warning. Both she and Niall immediately turned on their flashlights in time to see the doors to the pits break open. She mentioned a wave of cold air hitting her before Niall pushed her toward the stairs. Hulfs attacked and she ran, thinking he was right behind her. And Niall was worried about me risking myself. What happened to the lights? Officer Dory is still working on figuring it out, but he did restore power to the rest of the base. For how long? Dad, what if the lights go out again? We've opened all the shades in the labs to let the sunlight in, and we have the portable floodlights for night. Also, we're working on an evacuation protocol, just in case we need to leave the base. All good measures. What about... That's enough questions. If you get plenty of rest, the doctor said you might be able to leave tomorrow. No way I'm leaving. Not without Niall. After reassuring my parents a half-dozen times that I'm fine, they go to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Since it's pretty late, I try to doze, but my thoughts keep circling back to Niall.
What if he doesn't wake? Or if he has brain damage? Or he dies? Each scenario is scarier than the last. And after cycling through them all for the 100th time, I can no longer stand it. I sit up, my stitches pull on my tender, healing skin, reminding me that I probably shouldn't be doing this. I ignore them. Except for the IV in the back of my hand, the rest of the sensors on my body are wireless. The bag of IV fluid is hanging from a pole that has wheels. Bonus. Easing down from the bed, I wheel over to the closet, find the robe and slippers that are waiting for me inside, and put them on. Some would think multiple trips to the infirmary to be a bad thing, but there are perks, like insider knowledge. I peek out the door. All is quiet and empty. The wheels squeak as I roll the IV down the hallway. I head toward intensive care. There's a nurse behind a station, but I don't pause. Instead, I turn down another corridor, aiming for the glass rooms. Well, they're not constructed of glass, but instead of a solid wall and door, there's a half wall with a large glass window and no door to allow the nurses easy access. Sure enough, there's a dim light shining from one of the rooms. I brace for the worst and keep going. Radcliffe is sitting beside Niall's bed. From this vantage point, all I see is black hair on a pillow. There's a single lamp on, and Radcliffe's reading something aloud, although he stops when he spots me. He opens his mouth, closes it, and rubs his temple. Poor guy doesn't even have the energy to scold me for being out of bed. "He hasn't woken," Radcliffe says. All I can manage is a nod. Words would no doubt be accompanied by lots of tears. I move closer to the bed. To say Niall is white as a ghost is an insult to ghosts. He's beyond pale, and his lips are slightly blue. Cuts mar his cheeks and forehead, but his machine beeps, and the screen behind his bed lists that his vitals are all at normal levels. His brain is showing activity, although there's no way to determine if it's abnormal or not. I wrestle with my emotions until I can speak without crying. What are his injuries? Radcliffe peers at me as if debating what he should tell me. I can either hear it from you or find out by worming into his medical files. He sighs, but then says, "He's been stabbed multiple times. The good news is nothing vital was damaged beyond repair. The bad is the loss of blood. During the surgery, he flatlined, but Edwards was able to revive him. Now it's just a matter of time." Flatlined? That means he died. I tighten my fingers around the IV pole until they ache. But it is the only thing keeping me upright. "Go back to bed, Ara," Radcliffe says. His tone is gentle. It's a struggle, but I regain control of my emotions. "Unlike you, I slept most of the day. Give me the portable. I'll keep Niall company while you get some sleep." Radcliffe hesitates, so I hold out my hand for the device. "You do realize I'm the one who gives the orders," he says. But he stands and hands me the portable. "If he wakes, I'll let you know ASAP." I wheel my IV pole next to the chair and settle into it without wincing. Go me. Reading aloud from some story involving small, troll-like people, I ignore Radcliffe. Eventually, he leaves. After waiting a few more minutes, I stop. Sitting next to Niall just won't do. His bed is bigger than mine. I move some tubes aside. With my stitches protesting my every movement, I lie down next to him. I reach under the covers and find his hand.
It's warm and also has an IV needle stuck into the back of it. Careful not to jostle it, I entwine my fingers in his. Much better. Hey, Toad, it's Mouse, I say. You need to wake up. We still have lots of things to do together, and I need you. Your dad needs you. The team needs you. The people on the base need you. We're short one guardian lion. That just won't do, and... A wave of sadness builds behind my eyes, filling my nose. I sniff. I love you, Niall. Why didn't I tell him I love him before? I'm a short-sighted idiot. Don't leave me. I kiss his cheek. Then I keep talking to him, telling him all kinds of goofy stuff until I fall asleep. The nurses wake me in the morning, but I refuse to leave Niall. They argue that they'll keep an eye on him. Sorry, but not good enough. Elise shows up soon after. Causing problems already, she tisks. Maybe you're well enough to run some laps. I fake a cough. I'm having a relapse. Cough. Must get back to bed. How convenient. Humor sparks in her brown eyes. Then she sits down next to Niall. I hand her the portable. What am I supposed to do with this? Read to him. And that helps how? So he hears a familiar voice. Let him know he's not alone. Or you can just tell him stories. That's what I did. All right. She squints at me. How's that cough? Going. I wheel my IV pole back to my room, endure my nurse's half-hearted admonishments about being out of bed, and eat my breakfast. The morning briefing is held in my room in the infirmary. Officers Radcliffe, Morgan, Beau, and my parents are all in attendance. Now, the place isn't that big, which is why Morgan and my mom are on the bed with me. I'm sitting up with my legs crossed to give them space. No one mentions my nighttime excursion. I recount what happened when I encountered the Holfs, including how the weapon worked. Jim said they can build more, Mom says. How many, and how soon? Radcliffe asks. Enough for the security team, but it's going to take a few days. What about if we increase the number of people working on them? We already did, Dad says. They're tripping over each other. Plus, there's only so much they can do. How long will the batteries on those floodlights last? A couple nights, but we have extras, plus we installed a bunch of ones that are plugged in behind the others just in case. The lights should work until the weapons are ready, Dad says. And they're all failing to see a bigger problem. Even with the weapons, the officers can't see the Holfs, I say. Does it matter? Morgan asks. Can't they just aim at the shadows? It's more complicated than that. The Holfs I shot were close to me, and I aimed at their core. We'll just have to do the best we can. Radcliffe glances at his notes. It's not going to work. We need the team to see the enemy. We need to get to the warrior hearts. Everyone looks at me. No, too dangerous, Radcliffe says. Please hear me out. When no one protests, I continue. I know we don't have any evidence that touching the heart is the reason I can see them. But think about it. It's the only play we have left. I explain how we can reach the hearts. Once again, I'm the center of attention. I'd feel special, except the expressions are not ones of awe and amazement over my grand plan. My idea is quickly vetoed. Too bad. Radcliffe moves on to another topic, asking Beau about the base's power. The lab is cut off from the rest of the base, Beau says. I can't get it back into the grid. All the other labs and housing units are fine for now. I still don't know why the power went out. The last time the Holfs attacked, they cut the electrical wires going into the pits, and they chewed through the floodlights in the lab because they were plugged in. But it's not so easy to do that for the rest of the archaeology lab. Those wires are behind walls. He glances at me. I'm hoping Junior Officer Lawrence will be able to assist me today.
The doctor said she'll be discharged this afternoon, Mom says. I can help you, Bo, but I'm not leaving the infirmary until Niall wakes up, I say. And just in case they forgot, I add, I can access the QNet anywhere. Everyone looks at Radcliffe as if he alone has the power to persuade me. I'd be more amused that my parents believe this as well, but I'm preparing to dig in my heels for some major resistance.
As long as you're not in the nurses' and doctors' way, Radcliffe says, surprising me. The meeting breaks up. Bo and I plan to connect in the QNet at 1300 hours. My mother fetches me a couple clean uniforms and personal supplies. When I'm discharged, I settle in Niall's room. Elise vacates the chair, handing me the portable. That's one crazy story. I hope I didn't give him nightmares. I open my mouth to reply, but my thoughts have snagged on her comment about nightmares. I wonder. I've no memory of Elise leaving. Taking Niall's hand, I tell him I'm here. Then I stare at the screen behind him. It's 12:30, so I have half an hour. His name is at the top, Niall S. Radcliffe. I don't know what the S stands for. Does that mean I'm a bad girlfriend? I shake my head and concentrate, accessing the QNet. And am surrounded by medical programs. No surprise, given my location. Although tempted to read through Niall's medical file, I worm into my perceptive cluster. I focus on Niall. He died during surgery. Did he fly in the QNet during that time like I did? Perhaps he's lost and can't get back to his body. But the QNet's as vast as the Milky Way galaxy. Well, that's how it feels to me. How can I... Not here, the QNet says. My relief wars with shock over the QNet communicating with me. Again, I'd been hoping that other time was just a fluke, or my overactive imagination kicking in. My first impulse is to disentangle, but I pause. Within the QNet is a massive amount of information. There are surface programs that will search through it, but I suspect asking the QNet directly might yield better results. Although I have to admit it's either the craziest thing I've contemplated, on par with asking the bureau which drawer my socks are in, or the scariest. What are the hostile life forms? I ask. Here. The QNet deposits a file in the cluster. I don't waste time thinking about why or how that worked. Instead, I check the file. It's one of Lan's. And not just anyone, but the one reporting on her translations of the alien symbols. It was one of the missing files from Planet Xinji that Jarren deleted. Yet here it is. And it's complete. Amusement flows over me. It's official. I'm going crazy. Not only is the QNet interacting with me, I'm imagining it has emotions. Bo enters the cluster. I'm here. Giggles threaten to unhinge me over him echoing the QNet. He notices the file. What's this? I wait a beat. Stars! Where did you find this? In the QNet. Not funny, Aura. Getting this file is huge. I know. The QNet gave it to me. Silence. How? I asked. Bo sighs. We'll worry about it later. Right now, we need to figure out the power situation so it doesn't happen again.
I agree. We worm through the base's maintenance programs.
Bo shows me the wiring schematic and how the power is distributed throughout the base. At first, they appear normal, but I look closer. Jarren's fingerprints are all over. And it appears stars.
What did you find? Bo asks.
Jarren wormed the base's power programs. He's the one who turned off all the lights in the archaeology lab, and... There's an and?
Unfortunately,
he's programmed the entire base's power to turn off in stages.
Stages?
Yes, starting at the stairwell. More labs will lose power each night until the entire base goes completely dark.
When?
In 4 days. Chapter 17. 25, 22, 240.
4 days until we lose all power?
Bo asks, his thoughts shrill with panic.
That's what Jarren's worm shows.
Why do it in stages?
My guess is so it appears to be a glitch and not outright sabotage.
Can you stop it?
Can I?
I scan the threads of his worm. It's super complex and woven in deep. I'm not sure. And if I do, it'll alert Jarren that we found it. Don't touch it. We need to report to Radcliffe.
All right. Where's he at?
On the way to the infirmary. I'll meet you both there. We disentangle. Niall's hand is now in both of mine, and I'm pressing it to my heart, which is thumping hard enough for the vibrations to reach my fingertips. I relax my death grip on Niall, but don't let go. Then I sit on the edge of his bed. You're not going to believe this, I say to Niall. Talking aloud helps organize my frightened and chaotic thoughts. Jarren, the murdering looter, is planning on killing us all. He's going to use the shadow blobs to do his murdering for him. Why now? Good question. He knows we escaped his blockade and that DES is searching for him. Jarren wants this planet without us on it, probably to use the warriors, and time's running out.
Time's running out for what?
Radcliffe asks as he enters the room. I explain what Bo and I learned. Radcliffe's expression darkens. It promises pain to anyone stupid enough to cross him. I'm glad it's not aimed at me.
Why wait?
He asks. He's either sadistic, or he's hoping we're too busy fighting Holfs to notice he wormed the power.
How hard was it to find his worm?
Hard. I don't think anyone else could have spotted it.
But you think Jarren is hoping that by spreading the power outages over 5 nights, we won't think to look for a worm?
Yes.
Can you stop it?
Maybe, but if I do, it might alert Jarren.
And he'll try another tactic to kill us.
Radcliffe scrubs a hand over his face.
What's the perimeter of tonight's blackout?
I grab the portable and pull up a map of the base. Then I connect with the QNet. It's getting easier to do. And have it show the areas for each night in different colors. I hand the device to Radcliffe. He studies it.
I don't think we can contain the Holfs past the stairwell. We're going to have to risk you warning Jarren.
I said I might be able to disable his worm.
I've complete confidence in you.
No pressure.
All right.
Then I get an idea. We could send a bunch of panicked messages to DES to distract him during that time. Have you contacted them since Jarren found our escape tunnel?
No.
You might not be able to.
You think Jarren closed the tunnel?
Yes, and that's probably why he's trying to get the Holfs to kill us, so we don't find another way to contact DES. The timing makes sense. Bo shows up.
Did you tell him?
He asks me. Yes, he knows about the 4 days.
What about the file?
I forgot. And when they both look at me, I say, "I'm sorry, but only having 4 days to live has me quite distracted." I fill Radcliffe in on the QNet file. I'll send it to my parents through their portables. They're the best ones to read through it and see if there's anything useful. Of course, I plan to examine a copy as well, but no need to mention that. "Good. I'll go update your parents and discuss options," Radcliffe says, but makes no signs of leaving. Instead, he's gazing at his son. "Oh." I release Niall's hand and slide off the edge of the bed. Then I hook my arm in Beau's and tow him to the hallway. "What are you doing?" Beau asks. I point my chin through the glass window. Radcliffe is standing next to Niall's bed, resting his hand on his son's head. "Oh." Beau stops resisting. "Any improvement in his condition?" "No." We go further down the hall and stop. I fill him in on the part of the conversation he missed. "I hate that guy," Beau just about growls. "Jarren has balls to threaten us. I can't wait to see Radcliffe cut them off and feed them to him." Actually, after learning Jarren's responsible for Niall's injuries, I'd like to be the one to feed him his balls. Beau claps me on the back. "That's my partner." "Are you two conspiring?" Radcliffe asks, joining us. "Always, sir," Beau says. "Should I be worried, Officer Dory?" "Not you, sir." Beau and I share an evil little grin. "I'm not going to ask. Dory, you're with me. Lawrence, check if we still have our connection to DES and take a closer look at Jarren's worm. I want to know how much time it will take for you to disable it." "Yes, sir." "Should I try to reach DES again if we don't have contact?" "No. Hold off on doing anything for now. Message me as soon as you find out." "Yes, sir." They continue down the hall, and I return to Niall's room. He hasn't moved, and he still looks like he's one step away from death. Feeding Jarren his own balls is going too easy on him. I check the screen, but Niall's vitals are the same. I kick off my boots and lie next to Niall. "How about a bribe?" I ask him. "You can help me castrate Jarren, but only if you wake up." Nothing. Not even a twitch. "Think about it, but not too long, or you'll miss all the action." I reclaim his hand. "All right, I'm going into the QNet." Keeping up a running commentary, I explain everything I'm doing as I first send Lan's file to my parents' portables and erase all evidence of it in the QNet. Then I take a closer look at Jarren's worm. Complex just doesn't do it justice, and it doesn't feel right. There's layers here that are like one of those optical illusions. They appear to do one thing, but then it switches to another. Confusing. It's going to take me hours to figure out how it works before I can even start unraveling it. Unless I embrace the crazy and ask the QNet for help. Why not? I might get a not here, but I might get a here. So, I do. Here. A red line snakes through the worm. Then a green one. I study them. Assuming red means danger or stop, and green is go, I see the solution. It will still be very difficult and time-consuming, but it's now doable. The tightness around my chest eases a fraction, and I move on to my next task. Checking on the escape tunnel to DES. It's still there, except there's a misdirect worm on it, which means all our messages are being sent to Jarren. I'm beginning to hate when I'm right, because it usually means we're screwed. My parents Radcliffe and I are all sitting around Niall's room eating Niall's favorite dinner, roast beef and mashed potato covered in gravy. The hope is that he'll smell the delicious food his father cooked and wake up. I steal glances at him. Come on, Niall. Yummy food. Better than that IV solution you've been on for the last 38 hours. Dr. Edwards said he needed to wake within the first 72 hours after the attack. I filled him in on what I discovered that afternoon. Because of Yulene's spin, we have another 6 hours of sunlight, which should be enough time for me. At this point, we'd rather you keep the lights on, even if that means alerting Jarren, Radcliffe says to me. Even if I don't tip him off, eventually, he's going to find out we survived. We know, and we're making plans for Jarren. Radcliffe's grin could be described as almost criminal. And we're going to need your help. I glance at Niall. Don't worry, Mom says. I'll stay with him when you can't be here. Thanks. What are your plans? They're based on a number of assumptions and things I learned from your file, Lily, Dad says. It's not mine. That's 28 years of Lan's research. Yes, of course. What did you learn? I ask. Dad reads from his portable. She confirmed that the warriors are protectors against a dangerous predator. I'm assuming they're the Holfs, even though Lan refers to them as demons. The warrior planets were chosen carefully. Besides being habitable by humans, the planets are also located at an entanglement point in the galaxy. Entangled? Like when you connect to the QNet? Not quite. It's called quantum entanglement. Basically, you have two particles that are entangled. If one particle jumps, then the other jumps at the same time. They're in the same quantum state. These entangled particles can then be moved far apart, and if you manipulate one, say make it turn blue, then the other will turn blue as well. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. It's one of the reasons we can communicate to other planets without our messages being affected by the time dilation. Wow. Lan also says it could be translated as a crossing point as well, Dad adds. Crossing as in a portal to another planet? Or into another dimension? I ask. Lan also speculated the demons came from an alternate universe. It's not clear. Maybe the aliens figured out how to entangle the warrior planets with each other. Unfortunately, the translations don't go into that much detail. I recall Pit 21 and feeling the presence of shadow blobs. But then the green lights from the warriors pulsed as if pushing back the Holfs. Maybe in order to cross to another warrior planet, you have to go through some alternate dimension. But that dimension has Holfs, so they built the warriors to protect against the Holfs when crossing. We've no idea if there are portals, Ara, Mom says. Then where did the Holfs come from? No answer, so I forge ahead. If you assume that there are portals, everything else makes sense. She has a point, Radcliffe says. An unexpected ally. Nice. The file also mentioned the factory for the warrior hearts, Dad says. According to the symbols, only a few planets have these factories, and that a person must claim the heart of a warrior in order to cross over. That's more proof of my theory, I say. Mom scowls at me, but asks Dad, did she say which planets? Yulin, of course, Xi'an, Dongguan, Kaiping, Suzhou, and 3 planets we haven't reached yet. 8 Total. Dad gives us a wry smile. The alien builders have a thing for the number 8. Jarren was on Planet Xinji for 10 years, Radcliffe says thoughtfully. He had access to Lan's notes prior to when she cracked the code. He may have discovered the hidden factory before she did. I gasp as a memory hits me. It was something Jarren said when he caught me. Don't keep us in suspense, Zara, Radcliffe prompts. Jarren said that shadow blobs was a rather accurate name. How would he know that if he can't see them? Then we need to assume he and his people can see them, Radcliffe says. Does that change any of our plans? Dad asks. No, actually. If it's true, it'll work in our favor. Great, Dad says. Then he turns to me. Lily, except for the warrior hearts and the factories, most of Lan's translations have not been proven, and we don't have the luxury to test her theories. Like I said before, we're taking a few things on faith, and we'll need your help. In other words, it's dangerous and might not work. I'm in. As soon as everyone leaves, I untangle with the Q-net and worm to the programs for the base's power. The red and green guidelines are still there. I carefully untangle Jarren's worm, fiber by fiber. I thought escaping Jarren's blockade was difficult. That was easy in comparison. It takes me over 5 hours, but I separate the instructions to knock out the power from the grid's main programming. Then I sever it without removing it. If Jarren checks on his worm, it will appear as if it's working as intended. Unless he picks it apart, then he'll see where I disconnected it, but he might be too busy. Bo's been tasked with transmitting panicked messages to DES about losing power and the Holfs attacking and killing people. They'll get more desperate before we go silent. This will hopefully convince Jarren his plan worked and give us a few more days. I send messages to Radcliffe, Bo, and my parents that I was successful. They're all waiting with the security team near the stairwell just in case I failed. Glad I don't have to race to join them to sizzle-zap shadow blobs. I change into my bunny pajamas and collapse next to Niall. Sleep is instant. By the end of the next day, my head aches from the delicate work of worming around Jarren's, worms. Now that the threat of losing power has been mitigated, Radcliffe gave me a list of tasks to do for his grand plan. Most of it is with the satellite. No, I don't know all the details, and I suspect there's a reason for it. After dinner, I crawl into bed with Niall. It's been 67 hours, and he's still unconscious. Worry and fear for him are my constant companions. Come on, Niall. You can't do this to me, or to your father. Not after what happened to your mother. That's cruel. Of course, I don't voice those thoughts out loud. Instead, I settle next to him, dig his hand out from underneath his blankets, and lace my fingers in his. I spent the entire day worming, I say. Don't worry, my brain didn't turn to mush. I took breaks. I did. I can't believe an actual year ago, I never would have thought I'd be worming legally and be part of a security team. I thought I'd be still on Xinji, hanging with my best friend Lan, and waiting to go to university on Planet Rho. That girl was so young and innocent. I laugh. Okay, not so innocent, but she was definitely a brat, and her worming skills were rudimentary. Now I'm worming to save everyone's lives. No pressure there. Another memory bubbles to the surface. Maybe you should have arrested me for worming. Remember when you were still acting like a jerk and threatened to throw me into detention? My antics drew Jarren's attention, so maybe if I stopped sooner— No, Jarren planned to attack the warrior planets before I meddled. He only came back for me after he destroyed the warriors. Small comfort, but still. My thoughts turned to Jarren's plans, and I mull it over, voicing it out loud for Niall. So, if I'm right, and the warriors can open portals to other planets without causing the time dilation, then those that control the technology, for lack of a better word, will not only be obscenely rich, but extremely powerful. DES will have no way to stop them because of the time dilation. They'd have no choice but to relinquish space travel to Jarren and his partners. And then what? Let's assume we live through the takeover. I know, a big assumption since we're trying to stop Jarren. Then, all our lives will change. I could take the Warrior Express to zip over to Earth and visit my brother. Except he's still in a time jump, so I have to wait 25 years for him to show up. Imagine his surprise, though. It'd be worth waiting to see the shock on his face. I pause. That is, if I can afford the fee. Right now, DES doesn't charge colonists or scientists to travel from planet to planet because we're all basically working for them. No tourists in space, unless you count the people who keep volunteering to colonize the newest planet. And what about the people who like time jumping? Like Captain Harrison and the interstellar-class spaceship crews. I suppose that will always be an option, unless Jarren completely takes over DES. No, that would be too hard. He'd have to control the QNet as well. Better to just steal the warrior technology from DES, and then offer it to everyone to use at an exorbitant price. Which wouldn't be that bad, except removing and destroying warriors has a high cost. The shadow blobs. Of course, he could just abandon the warrior planets and let the shadow blobs have them. But why do I think it's not that simple? Probably because of the aliens who went to a considerable amount of trouble to build and place those 6 million-plus warriors at entanglement points on 64 planets throughout the Milky Way galaxy. Too bad we don't know exactly what an entanglement point means. I'd bet Jarren does, though. And I wasn't going to figure it all out right now. I tell Niall what Beau and I have been doing. And we could really use you right now, Toad. No response. Swallowing a sigh, I switch topics, telling him about my brother, Phoenix. Constantly driving me crazy, picking on me, but if someone else tried to give me a hard time, he'd be right in that kid's face. You would get along with him. Although, he'd have yelled at you about being a jerk way before I did. Sadness swells, closing my throat. I miss him. And I miss Niall. And I just want all this to stop, for Jarren to just poof and be gone, or to sizzle zap out of existence. For my greatest worries to be making it to training on time and shooting Mr. Orange Light before he shoots me. My tight control over my emotions slips. Sobs bully past my defenses. Burying my face against Niall's shoulder to muffle the noise, I let loose, crying and gasping until my back muscles and throat are sore. Then I fall into an exhausted sleep. But my worries follow me, disturbing my rest. Soon, I'm flying in the QNet, desperate and alone, searching for Niall. His mind is shattered, and I need to find the fragments and bits of him. Once I have them all, I can reconstruct him. As I seek the shards of Niall's consciousness, Jarren intercepts me, and I'm no longer dreaming. Cold fear sweeps through me for two reasons. One, he knows I'm alive, and 2, his skills with the QNet are also freakishly good, as I've only ever been able to converse in the QNet with those who I entangle with, like Bo, unless it's my own superpower that's allowed me to reach Jarren. "Do you know you're dangling on a hook, little worm?" Jarren asks. "Every time you're worming in the QNet, I know you're there, squirming helplessly. You can't bypass my measures. It's only a matter of time before a big fish comes along and snatches you up for a nice little snack." "Real cute," I say, suppressing the terrible thought that Jarren figured out what we're doing. "Did it take you all day to come up with that metaphor?" "Ah, that teenage snark. I missed it. How about this? Since we have a history, if you stop worming, I'll let you, your parents, and a couple friends live. I'll send all of you back to Earth. Promise." It's tempting for about a nanosecond. I'm not going to abandon my team or the scientists on the base. "No. You want me to stop because you're scared of what I can do, and no offense, actually, with lots of offense, you're nothing but a murdering looter. You're the scum of the universe, and I'm not stupid enough to trust your word." Laughter. "Gotta love your spunk, little worm. I wonder if you'll still be so fiery when your boyfriend dies. I read his medical file. He's in a vegetative state. There's no chance he'll wake. No one wants to tell you because they need you, little worm. Need you to dangle on your hook and bait me to swim closer." "You're lying." "And how does he know Niall's my boyfriend? If he's guessing, then my reaction just confirmed his guess." Ugh. "That's right. Tell yourself that. You've always been good at denial. Good night, little worm. Enjoy your last days." He's gone before I can counter. Anger over his comments surges through me. Niall is not in a vegetative state. Or is he? That held a ring of truth. No, Jarren's just trying to goad me. I'm scaring him, which means he doesn't know what I'm doing. But now I have to worm into Dr. Edwards' files. Or do I? Ignorance is bliss. Not in this case. Nothing is bliss. Ah! Now a helpless fury heaves through my core, creating a primal scream that rips from me. How do I fix Niall? The QNet answers. Here. A schematic glows before me. It's a jumble of pathways with tangles, loops, swirls, branches, dips, and spirals. Star roads? No. This is a map of the QNet. How is this supposed to help? Here. Light pulses along various routes. Am I supposed to follow them? Then the schematic shrinks until it's... Oh, my stars! It's a map of a human brain. The light's tracing neural pathways, and some appear to be damaged. Is this Niall's brain? Send this to Dr. Edwards. Maybe he can repair them. Not. After an impressive light show, the diagram disappears. What does that mean? Is Niall beyond repair? No answer. Nothing else happens. I disentangle from the QNet and glance around the darkened room. One of the nurses must have come in and dimmed the lights. It's 0300. I glance at Niall's vitals on the screen. They're the same. He hasn't moved, and it's been 72 hours. Despair washes over me, and I stumble to the washroom to indulge in another crying jag. and I blow my nose, wash my face with cold water, and gather what's left of my optimism. He's young. He's healthy. Brains can heal. I'm not giving up on him. With that settled, I return to his side. Bo wakes me at 0900. We spend another long day in the QNet, ensuring our efforts these last few days are hidden from Jarren, and we repeat for the next day. I haven't done anything physically taxing in days, but each night I'm exhausted. The QNet wakes me up at 0200. Here. At first, I've no idea what's going on, but it soon becomes clear, and Terra stabs me in the guts with its icy blades. A missile was launched from Jarren's base a minute ago. It's heading straight for us. Chapter 18, 2522, 244. I trigger the alarm in Radcliffe's bedroom. Radcliffe contacts me almost instantly. We connect as if we've been worming together, just like with Jarren. "What's going on?" he demands. "Incoming!" I yell, showing him the missile's trajectory. "Son of a bitch! How soon?" 15 minutes. Should I sound the evacuation alarm? No, I've got this. Sit tight. Again with the sit tight. What can you possibly do? Trust me and hang on. It's going to get loud. He disconnects from me. Loud? Is he nuts? Helpless, I track the missile as it arcs around Yulene's pole. The QNet displays its flight with a graphic. It'll hit right in the middle of the base. 8 minutes. We never would have evacuated in time, but still, in a bizarre twist of the universe, time slows, each second an infinity of torture. The missile inches closer. 6 minutes. At least almost everyone is asleep. They won't know what hit them. Anger that Jarren's going to win pulses red hot. I stare at the missile's course as if my hatred alone would turn it around. It doesn't. 4 minutes. If Radcliffe's planning something, he better do it quick. What did he mean by hang on? I glance around the room. There's nothing solid to hang on to. Plus, there are windows on one side, and the wall on the other side is almost all glass. Oh, my stars. 2 minutes. I race out to the nurses' station. Plenty of glass around them as well. "Get down!" I yell. "A missile's coming!" They stare at me, probably wondering what medication they should administer to calm me. "Get down! Get down! I'm not kidding!" Then, a whistle slices through the air, an unmistakable sound that raises every single hair on my body. The 2 nurses hit the floor. I run back to Niall and dive onto the bed, covering him with my body. A deafening explosion roars like a sun going supernova. Blinding white light shoots through the windows a split second before a force slams into the base. I cover both our heads as glass shatters and the bed moves. Something, probably parts of the ceiling, rains down on my back. I hang on until the world stills. The silence is just as loud, with a ringing in my ears. I sit up. Emergency lights turn on. The room is a mess. But then, the significance of the emergency lights hits me. I jump off the bed, search for my boots, cutting my feet in the process, don't care. I find them under a fallen curtain. Jamming my bleeding feet into them, I sprint for the door. Mouse? Skidding to a stop, I whip around. Did I really hear that? It was muffled and faint. Niall's eyes are open, and he's staring at me. He looks confused. That would make 2 of us. I hurry back. "You're bleeding. What's going on?" he asks. Joy floods through me.
Yes! I'll explain later. I love you, Toad. I kiss him and dash out. Mouse! The nurses are brushing dust and glass off their uniforms. He's awake! I shout. Go check on him, please. Then I race through the hallways, my boots pounding over glass and debris. When I arrive at the stairwell to the archaeology lab, Zeem and Bendix are both shaken, but the floodlights are intact. Did the floodlights go out? I ask Bendix. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. The whole place shook and the lights in the hallway cut out for a minute. He's holding the emitter, even though he really can't use it effectively. I take the weapon from him and search the halls and nearby labs for any shadow blobs that might have escaped. None. I sag against the wall in relief. What the hell was that? Bendix asks when I return. Missile. Compliments of Jarren. He curses. We should all be dead, Zeem says. I agree. So why weren't we? I remember Radcliffe said, I've got this. It must have detonated before it hit us. Even though I want nothing more than to race back to Nile, the emergency lights are still on. They're much dimmer, and I need to remain here just in case the shadow blobs try to bypass the floodlights. As I wait, the adrenaline wears off. The burning starts in my feet and climbs up my legs. I glance down. Pieces of glass have pierced my skin. Blood stains my pajama pants. Soon my arms, ribs, and the sides of my face throb. I try to ignore the pain, except the harder I try, the more it hurts. Nice PJs, Zeem teases me. I'd let you borrow them, Z, but they're not your size. Bendix snorts at Zeem's expression. Radcliffe arrives about 5 minutes later. Hulfs? None escaped, I say. Good. What happened? Bendix asks. You'll be briefed in the morning. The base's lights should be on soon. Then Radcliffe peers closer at me. You're bleeding. What? Niall! I blurt out. I can't believe I waited this long. He's awake! His entire demeanor changes. Transforming into Niall's dad, his elation and relief flare in his eyes. We beam at each other. Then he resumes being Officer Radcliffe. He tugs a piece of glass from my arm. The windows? Yes. Is Niall... He's fine. When the regular lights turn on, Radcliffe and I head back to the infirmary. I'm limping by the time we reach Niall's room. The nurses descend on us, talking excitedly. Called the doctor. His memory is... Except I'm not listening. All my attention is focused on Niall. He's sitting up, and while he's still pale, it's a vast improvement. The broken glass has been swept into a pile, and someone fetched him a bowl of soup. The spoon clatters onto the tray when he spots us. We hurry to his bedside, and he gives us a wan smile. How are you feeling? Radcliffe asks. Weak. Why are you bleeding? What's going on? The nurses won't tell... Dr. Edwards is on the way, a nurse says. She gives Radcliffe a stern, don't upset my patient glare. I hide a smile as her significant look bounces right off his broad chest. Giving up, she focuses on me. Oh no. My stars, child, you're a mess. Let's get you cleaned up. She reaches for my arm. But go with the nurse, Radcliffe orders. But Niall... Go, Mouse. We can talk later. Later never sounded so good. A promise that he'll still be here, awake and able to communicate. I allow the nurse to tow me to an exam room. And do you want to know the sad part? The fact that I know the routine. This is my 4th time being covered with cuts.
I carefully strip off my clothing. My pajamas are ruined, and the bottom of my feet are scored with deep gashes. I lie on the table. The nurse plucks shards from my skin with tweezers, cleans my wounds, and bandages the shallower ones. After Dr. Edwards checks Niall, he stops to examine me and stitch up the lacerations on my soles. When he finishes, he says,
"Stay off your feet for a couple of days."
He pauses.
"If you can. I understand this is a difficult time for everyone. Here's a few extra-strength pain meds. Only take them in an emergency. Understand?"
"Yes, thanks, Doc. How's Niall?"
"I can't divulge his condition, but I'm pleased, and I'm sure his father will fill you in."
"Did anyone else get injured in the blast?"
"A few minor bruises and a couple of broken bones, mostly due to falling out of bed. I hear we have you to thank for that."
"Not really. More like the QNet. But I did ask it to alert me, so I guess I can take partial credit." I nod. Dr. Edwards puts a hand on my shoulder and gives me a squeeze.
"Thank you."
Then he leaves. Not waiting for any more orders, I dress in the scrubs left for me, including soft booties, grab the bottle of pills, and limp over to Niall's room. Radcliffe is sitting on the chair next to his bed, but he stands when he sees me.
"Get some rest. I'll be by again in the morning."
Radcliffe rests his hand on Niall's forehead for a moment. Then he turns to me.
"Follow me," he orders.
But this is my later. Huffing with frustration, I shuffle after him. He heads down the hall until we're well out of hearing range, then he stops.
"I told Niall about what Jarren planned with the Hulfs and the missile. Please don't tell him about our counter-strategies. I don't want him to insist on being a part of them. Dr. Edwards says it's vital he rests as much as possible and doesn't get upset."
"I won't." "What happened with the missile?"
"The satellite has defensive weapons that I can access. Since your and Bo's worming allowed us to keep command of the satellite, I was able to destroy the missile before it hit the base."
Nice to know. And now Jarren knows as well. "Jarren's going to try to regain the satellite. I should strengthen our protections."
"It's imperative that we maintain control. Can you do it now, or are you too tired?"
As if I could sleep knowing that Jarren might be messing with our only defense. "I'll do it now."
"Good. Keep me updated."
He strides away. I find an empty room and worm into the satellite's programming and into my protective measures. They haven't been tampered with, but I layer in another shield just in case. Then I ask the QNet to alert me if anyone tries to bypass my worms. Once I finish, I hobble back to Niall's room. His eyes are closed, and I have a moment of panic, but he opens them and gives me a sleepy smile.
"Hey, Mouse."
"Toad." I climb into bed with him. He raises an eyebrow.
"Aren't you worried the nurses will kick you out?"
"Nope. They haven't been able to for the last 5 nights.
5?
He clutches the blankets.
No wonder Dad avoided the question.
So much for not upsetting him. You didn't miss anything.
Really? I think a missile strike counts as a big thing.
Look at that! You can still be sarcastic. You're well on the way to a full recovery.
Now who's being sarcastic?
I've many talents, I tease. He scoffs, but then says,
Dad said you alerted him about the missile. Do you think Jarren will launch another one?
What I think is that you should let your father worry about that. But you won't. Neither will I. I've no idea what Jarren will do next. What I do know There was one good thing about that strike.
There is?
His tone is incredulous. Yup. It was loud enough to wake you up. I lie down next to him.
I missed you.
He puts his arm around my shoulders and pulls me close, or tries. He's still pretty weak. I scoot until my head is resting on his shoulder.
Thanks for staying with me,
he says. You're welcome, but don't do it again. That was the worst 5 days of my life.
Not including when you were shot by the looters,
he adds. Nope, including that. I'll take getting shot over you almost dying every time.
Love you too, Mouse.
It's one thing to propose a plan. At the time you're safe and warm and it's all just speculation. It's quite another experience to be implementing that plan. Doubts and worries about the success of the mission gather like sand grains in your shoes, or in this case, my boots. And reality is cold and windy and dark and... What the heck is that smell? Who ate garlic for dinner before a mission? Unfortunately, my night vision goggles do not show noxious odors, but otherwise, they're super cool. To my sight, the desert is bathed in a green-tinted twilight, despite it being about 2200 hours. 8 members of the security team, including yours truly, are walking in a single line toward a spot in the desert that my father marked earlier. Elise is close behind me, and Bo is right in front. Morgan leads our little parade, and Bendix is in the sweeper position. That's last. After the missile attack, Radcliffe changed his mind about my plan and agreed it was worth the risk. Much to Niall's frustration, but to my relief, he remained behind with Radcliffe, Tora, and Vidan. He'd said he loved me. I'm still giddy over that. Unable to use the dune buggies due to the heat they generate, which might give away our activities to Jarren via the satellite, we all take turns pulling the cart of supplies. It's not too heavy, not at first, but it's awkward, especially when trudging up a dune. Then it weighs 1,000,000 kilos. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but when we started out, I was freezing in my security jumpsuit, and now I'm soaked with sweat. I silently thank Dr. Edwards for the extra strength pain meds that I downed before the mission. Good thing our destination is only a few clicks from base. We reach it without trouble. It's been less than a day since Jarren's missile attack, so we're betting that his people aren't nearby, watching us or ready to ambush us. Of course, we could be wrong. Not a pleasant thought. We unload the cart in silence. No need to talk when we've all been briefed on exactly what we need to do. Morgan positions the robotic digger and turns it on. Its spikes shoot out, and then it grinds and scrapes into the sand. The noise shatters the quiet night. We flinch and grab the hilts of our weapons, certain the sounds will trigger an attack. It's loud enough to reach the other side of the planet, for Star's sake. Nothing happens. Morgan hands 4 of us shovels. While the others stand guard, we clear the sand ejected from the digger. It piles around the hole. When the digger is too deep to spew the material high enough, we deploy a second digger to relay the crushed sandstone. The addition of another noisy machine is going to cause me to go deaf. The combined cacophony dances along my nerves, setting my teeth on edge. Or it could be due to half expecting Jarren's shuttle to come swooping out of the sky to kill us all. Diggers weren't designed to dig straight down that far. They're made to work in collapsed warrior pits, clearing dirt and sand away from the buried statues, which is why we add 1 more digger. It seems like forever before the diggers reach an open space underground. Then they pop out of the hole like ping-pong balls, retract their spikes, and roll to a stop. Like at Pit 21, the urge to praise them on a job well done pushes up my throat. Morgan and 2 others set up a rope and pulley system. The tunnel is too narrow to use a ladder. First to go down is a camera and light. Rance is crouched over a portable, watching the feed. After another eon, he says, "We hit our targeted location." Then it's my turn to peer into the darkness on the portable screen. It's one of the equipment rooms of the factory under the warriors. There's no movement or shadow blobs, although it's hard to be sure without being able to sense the air pressure or temperature. It appears clear. Morgan's scowl is clearer. I don't know why, since I'm going to be first. It's my life on the line. I step into the harness and secure it around my waist before clipping onto the rope. Then, from the cart, I grab one of the 6 emitters that Jim and his crew were able to build in the 5 days since the Hulfs attacked. Settling the strap across my body, I heft the weapon in one hand. Its weight steadies me. I can do this. "Ready," I say, and turn on the communicator in my ear. We're risking discovery by using them, but they're vital to the mission. "Just say up and we'll pull you out. Got it?" Morgan asks. "Yes, sir." I grab the rope and step into nothing. Dangling, I hold onto the rope with my left hand while clutching the emitter. They lower me down. The sandstone walls of the shaft surround me. As I go deeper, they squeeze in tighter. The certainty that I'm going to get stuck gnaws on me, and there's not enough air. I can't breathe. "Status, Lawrence," Morgan barks in my ear, startling me out of my panic attack. "Good," I reply, and even manage to sound convincing. "Breathe. You're not claustrophobic. You are not claustrophobic," I repeat over and over. When I drop out of the shaft and into the open, I relax. The cool air is light and refreshing. Soon, my boots hit the floor. "Touchdown," I say, but I don't unhook my harness. Instead, I pry my fingers off the rope and draw my flashlight. I shine it around the room. There is a row of tall, boxy alien machinery along one smooth wall. However, the shadows are normal. Clear. Now I detach from the rope, and I attach my flashlight to the top of the emitter's barrel. Velcro is a wonderful thing, and in the 500-plus years since its invention, no one has designed anything better. I check the adjoining rooms and then follow Dad's directions on how to find the large cavern with the warrior hearts. Sand crunches under my boots as I traverse the corridors. Otherwise, it's silent. After a short walk, I enter the main factory. Warriors lie prone on hundreds of tables throughout the space, as if they're waiting for surgery. Even though I've been here a couple times before, it's still creepy. Along the back wall are more tables, but this time they are filled with warrior hearts. I shine the beam over them. The silver alien symbols engraved on them gleam, but the black porous material drinks in the light. They're the same shape and size as a human heart. And now to test if what I witnessed the last time I was here actually happened or was due to panic because all the lights went out. I switch off the flashlight. The blackness is instant. Then I blink, and a row of ghost warriors appear. They're identical to the terracotta warriors standing tall and staring straight ahead, except they're white and a bit translucent. Nice to know I didn't imagine them. "It's a go," I say, toggling on my flashlight. I wait for the others to join me. It doesn't take long for Morgan, Elise, Bo, Zeem, Ho, and Rance to arrive. Bendick stayed on the surface in case that's our only way out. The team peers into the shadows with anxious expressions. "No Holfs down here," I say, but don't add, "It's peaceful," because they already suspect I'm crazy. No need to confirm. "What do we do?" Morgan asks. She and the others are lined up by the table. "It's easy. Just pick one up." It's going to crumble in your hands, but there's no way to avoid it. "Anything else we should expect?" Bo asks. "Yes, it's gonna feel like your hand's been stabbed by an icicle, but it doesn't last long." "Wonderful," he mutters. Everyone hesitates, as if no one wants to be first. Then Morgan huffs and grabs a heart. As expected, it disintegrates, raining fragments. She wrinkles her nose but doesn't remark on the pain. Bo shrugs and picks one up, or he tries. It's dust by the time he lifts his hand. "Ow, that sucker stings!" He wipes his palm on his leg. The rest follow. 4 more hearts are destroyed. Sorry, Mom. No one else comments on the pain. Rance and Elise rub their arms as if their muscles ache. "How do we know it worked?" Morgan asks me. "Everyone turn off your flashlights," I say. They do. Elise curses in surprise. Zeem and Bo reach for their emitters. "Can you all see the ghosts?" I ask. "Hell yeah," Rance says. "And to think we made fun of you about them." Nice. "And we really didn't believe you either," Zeem says. "Sorry, Aura." "Yeah, sorry," Rance and Ho echo. I glance at Elise and Bo. "Don't look at us. We believed you," Elise says, giving the others her hard stare. "The real test will be if we can see the Holfs," Morgan says. "Flashlights back on for now. Rance, get the floodlights ready." "Yes, sir." Since we only have 6 emitters, Rance is in charge of the floodlights. With Morgan in the lead, we creep over to the hatch. I'm surprised the ladder is still there, although I don't know why. Icy air pours from the hatch. Morgan pauses at the base. "Lights off. Time to set up the perimeter." By the creaking sounds, I guess Rance is climbing the ladder. I'm right behind him. Once he reaches the top, he triggers the floodlight before stepping out. The bright white beam slices the darkness. He sets the tripod down. My turn. I scramble into pit 4. The heavy air presses against my skin as I slide onto the floor, keeping below the brightness. Lying on my stomach and elbows, I hold the emitter so it's pointed straight out. Shadow blobs fly toward us. "Incoming!" I sizzle-zap the closest ones. Elise is next. She hands Rance another floodlight on a tripod and dives for the ground. "They're ugly little blobs," she says, and then sizzle-zaps a bunch. The rest of the team bubbles from the hatch, bringing more lights and more emitters. They waste no time taking up similar positions. A few curses and a gasp echo around me as they get their first look at the enemy. We're in a circle around the hatch, fanned like flower petals around the middle, a strategy that will hopefully keep us safe. Morgan settles next to me. "You weren't kidding about the tentacles." Shadow blobs rush us with their weapons already formed. We aim and fire repeatedly. Sizzle zaps crackle in the air. So many, it sounds like an electrical fire. After a few minutes, Zeem asks, "How much juice do we have in these things?" "Like I said at the briefing," Morgan says, zapping a couple Holfs. "We have a few hours before the emitters need to be recharged." "There's 1,000,000 of them," Rance says. I check over my shoulder. Does he need help? He's adjusting the beams to protect us from an attack from above. His other job is to keep the Holfs from breaking the bulbs. He appears to be okay. Focusing forward, I concentrate on the shadow blobs. 1 million is an exaggeration. It's more like hundreds, but we're holding our own, mostly. A few sharp tentacle tips stab forward faster than I'm able to aim and fire. The damage is minimal, being on our stomachs. We present a smaller target. Plus, they're having a harder time puncturing the jumpsuit's material. The chemists brewed up a chemical agent. Don't ask me what it is. All I know is it strengthened the fibers to counter against a stabbing motion. It's not impenetrable, but it's much better than before. After an hour or two, my arms ache with fatigue and my fingers are stiff. A loud pop, then the crackle of a bulb shattering sounds amid the sizzle zaps. I glance back. Rance is wielding his flashlight like a sword as shadow blobs try to stab him. Another couple of bulbs blow. "Lawrence, help Rance!" Morgan orders. I scramble to my feet and sizzle zap the Hulfs harrying Rance. Sharp appendages snake between the gaps in the light, stabbing us. His uniform is damp with blood, but he keeps moving as he rearranges the remaining lights. But then more pop behind us. I spin in a slow circle, shooting as I turn. The Hulfs are smart enough to wait for my back to be turned. I stumble forward as the force of their blows increases. Great. They figured out our uniforms are more resistant. We lose a few more lights. "On your feet!" Morgan orders the others. Smart. Now the rest can duck and dodge. "Status!" she barks. "Kier, check. Dory, check. Zim, check. Ho, check. Lawrence, check." I jump back from a vicious-looking saw-toothed blade just in time to be stabbed in the arm. Ow! "Rance!" Morgan asks. Nothing. I turn and Rance is lying on the ground. Blood is pouring from a cut on the side of his face. "Man down!" I say and rush over to him. Crouching next to his prone form, I feel for a pulse. It's there. I've no time for relief as 2 more shadow blobs advance on us. Sizzle zap, sizzle zap. "Status on Rance! Alive! Don't know for how long." Morgan curses. "Are you sure the Hulfs are being killed and not just reforming in the darkness?" she asks me, shouting over the sizzle zaps. "Yes!" Zim cries out in pain and crumples to the ground. "Retreat!" Morgan orders. More bulbs pop, spraying glass over us. "We can't," Kier says. "As soon as we turn our backs, they'll be on us." "At this rate of attack, only a few of us will be able to get down the ladder," Bo says. "Those left behind will be quickly overwhelmed." "Stay the course," Morgan orders. We do. It's brutal, and the metallic stink of blood mixes with the almost continuous sizzle zaps. I catch sight of Ho. He's firing his and Zim's emitter. Those long, lean arms must be stronger than they look. After a while, I reach a state of numbness. Sounds are muffled, and my breathing steadies. Actions slow down. I think of Niall. He's going to be mad if I don't survive this. I wonder if he needs more rice paper to draw on. Strange and unconnected thoughts pop up in my mind. And then Bendix is there. He grabs Zim's emitter from Ho and aims. Sizzle, zap. "You disobeyed orders, Officer Bendix," Morgan says, but it's half-hearted. "You can tell me about it later. You guys needed my help." He shoots a few more. "Oh, ugly suckers." "That's what I said." Elise grins at him. "Welcome to the party." Bendix's arrival turns the tide, and after another hour, what's left of the shadow blobs retreat. We glance at each other in surprise. Is this a trick? "Check on Zim and Rance," Morgan orders. Elise examines Rance, while Bo inspects Zim's injuries. Both men are bleeding from multiple cuts. Bo and Elise apply pressure bandages to the worst ones. "They're stable for now," Elise says, "but we shouldn't linger." "Fan out," Morgan orders. "Clear pit 4. We find a few shadow blobs hiding in the corners and behind mounds of debris. The temperature warms. "Do you feel that?" Bo asks. "What?" Elise swings her weapon around, shooting a fleeing Holf. The air is lighter. You sure the strain hasn't gotten to you, Dory? Morgan asks. Ha ha. 4 is clear, Morgan says. Check pit 3. Not many shadow blobs remain in pit 3. In pit 2, we find a black slit in the air above the place that is the middle of the octagon of warriors, had they still been standing there. Instead, pieces of broken warriors lie in scattered heaps, courtesy of Jarren and his looters. Slit is the best word to describe the slash of black. It's thicker, wider in the middle at about 15 centimeters and tapers at both ends. The bottom point is about 30 centimeters above the ground, and the slit is about 2 meters long. This is nuts, Bendick says. Heads up, Morgan says. A handful of Holfs rush past us. We shoot half of them, and the others disappear into the slit. That's it! Run home crying to your mamas, Elise shouts after them. Now we know how they're getting here, Bo says. Aim your emitter at that tear, Morgan orders. We do. Fire! Nothing happens. Too bad. Stop! Shine your flashlights on it. We do. The blackness thickens and darkens. Yes, I know it's strange, but it's as if the slit is feeding on the light. It doesn't grow or shrink or do anything else. That's enough. Let's clear pit 1. Morgan takes point. Within the next hour, the pits and lab are cleared of shadow blobs. Dr. Edwards brings in a crew of nurses, and they rush to attend to Rance and Zeem. Bendix and Ho accompany them just in case we missed a Holf. We're all bloody and exhausted, but it's a good kind, a triumphant exhaustion. The team's mood is jubilant. Operation Warrior Hearts was a success. Radcliffe and my parents meet us in the archaeology lab with their techs. Jim arrives with a bunch of maintenance people, and they work on restoring power to the pits. Quite a number of people who are all probably annoyed at being awake at 0500 hours. The rest of us are ordered to allow the nurses to inspect and clean our injuries. We all look like we lost a fight with a thorny bush, but it appears none of us has anything too concerning. I feel like a pincushion, Bo complains without much energy. Soon, the power is reconnected to the pits. Lights shine in all 4 of them, and the astrophysicists plan to install emitters on the walls to constantly flood the pits with null waves. Despite the brightness, the slit remains. We'll keep the pits off limits and post guards here with emitters until we figure out how to close it, Radcliffe says. We'll have 6 more of the weapons by tomorrow afternoon. We might need to bring in intact warriors from the other pits, I say. And when Radcliffe and my parents glance at me, I add, there were no Holfs in pit 21. Yes, but they might need all 1,448 of them to keep the Holfs out. If we skim a few off, it might not, Mom says. Good point. The mood sobers as Dr. Edwards and his team carry out Rance and Zeem. How are they? Radcliffe asks Edwards. They'll live. Officer Rance has a concussion. I'll know more about Officer Zeem when I get back to the infirmary. In other words, stop bothering the good doctor so he can do his work. Radcliffe, my parents, and the techs go to touch the hearts just in case the Holfs invade again. I follow them down to the factory along with Morgan. We turn on our flashlights as we enter the big cavern. I hate to ruin these, but I'd rather see the enemy, Mom says as she picks one up. She winces. Oh, stabbed by an icicle is an apt description. My dad and the techs follow. Yikes, that's cold! Dad rubs his hands together. Morgan reaches for one, and I say, Don't! Don't what? Morgan is holding a heart in her bare hand, and it hasn't disintegrated. I was going to say not to touch it because you already destroyed one. Morgan stills. Maybe it's a dud. Give it to me, Radcliffe says. It turns to dust as soon as he grasps it. I felt the pain. Does that mean it worked? Only one way to find out. Turn off the flashlights! The gasps are like music to my ears, as I'm sure all the techs believed I was lying about the ghosts. Vindication is mine. I'd chuckle evilly, but that would probably put a few techs over the edge. It wouldn't do to have them running away screaming. Or would it? We experiment, and it appears that since we've already touched a heart, we can now pick one up, which means we can move the hearts to a safer location, and we can distribute them to other key personnel, like the rest of the security team. I guess once you have a ghost, you can't get another, I say. My mother rounds on me. Don't say that. Why not? Because it's... I wait, but my mother is at a loss for words. Wow. It's scary, Dad says. To think we're hosts for an alien spirit. Spencer, Mom admonishes. It's true, though, I say. We don't know that for sure. She's wiping her hands over her chest and arms as if brushing away crumbs. Talk about denial. Think of it as a superpower, Mom. Now you have X-ray vision. Well, you have radio wave vision, but that doesn't sound as cool. And you might be better at accessing the QNet. Did you get better after touching a heart? Radcliffe asks. Figures he would ask that. No, but it could have been a contributing factor. Guess time will tell, Dad says, looking thoughtful. We all carry a heart up from the factory. I plan to give mine to Niall. A giddy warmth spreads through me as I realize I've already given him my heart. Yes, it's sappy, but hey, we're in love. As soon as I enter the archaeology lab, the QNet sounds a strident warning in my head. My happy thoughts sizzle-zap away. Another missile? I concentrate and connect to the QNet. Yes! And it's not coming at us. My parents and Radcliffe turn around when they realize I stopped. Then where? The trajectory shows it's heading straight to... Lawrence! Radcliffe barks. The satellite! What about it? A missile is on its way to the satellite! Chapter 19, 2522-245. Cursing, Radcliffe strides over to a terminal. He shoves his tangs in and accesses the satellite's defensive controls. The screen shows the hash marks of the missile's projected path. My parents stand behind Radcliffe. I monitor what's going on through the QNet. Radcliffe targets the weapon as it closes in. Suddenly, he's blocked from the controls. Son of a bitch! Jarren took over. Lawrence, can you get me back? I try, but Jarren has set up a convoluted program. A helpful green line glows. I follow it as fast as... Everything goes black as the satellite is destroyed. Sorry, I say. I wasn't quick enough. Not your fault, Radcliffe says. Jarren had it timed out perfectly. The QNet sends me a second warning. I squeak in surprise. Radcliffe asks, another missile? No, 4 military shuttles. I do the math. 48 invaders are flying toward our base. 4 shuttles? Dad asks. Is that bad? It's better than a missile, Radcliffe says. It means he plans to invade instead of just killing us all. He pauses, as if in thought. Things are really screwed up when an attack is considered the lesser of two evils. Lawrence, is Jarren aware that you can track his shuttles without the satellite? Radcliffe asks. He shouldn't be. I wasn't able to get past his defenses around his base, I say. Plus, the timing of waiting until the satellite was destroyed might mean he's not aware, Dad says. Regardless, we have 6 hours until they arrive, people. Time for Operation Looter Attack. Radcliffe starts barking orders. A part of me is relieved. Strange, I know. But the threat of Jarren's return has been hanging over my head for the last 74 days. And now, it's here. A part of me is ready for it. Bring it on. Yet another part is worried and scared and wants to run away. But that last part is just wanting it to be all over. Win or lose, let's be done. Lawrence, Radcliffe says, startling me from my thoughts. Get in position. Yes, sir. Mom grabs my arm, pulling me in for a hug. Please, be careful. I will. Then it's Dad's turn to embrace me. Don't give yourself up for us again. Then don't get captured, and I won't. I get a set of parental scowls. What? It seems pretty straightforward to me. Go, before we ground you, Dad says. I laugh, then run into the base. My thoughts turn to the mission. It would have been nice to have a few extra days for Niall, Rance, and Zine to recover. Instead, we'll have to rely on barely trained techs. At least I have some time to swing by the empty cafeteria and grab a few snacks. It might be a while before my next real meal. Then I report to my position. It's one of the hidden areas in the base that aren't on the map. What Officer Morgan called my hidey holes. In fact, it's my favorite one that I used the most when I was a kid and hiding from my parents. The hidden space is the size of a coffin and only accessible by an oversized duct that cuts across the chemistry lab. When I was younger, I'd access the duct from a storeroom next to the lab. But today, I use a conveniently placed table in the lab that is right underneath one of the grates into that duct. Getting in the duct is both harder and easier. Harder because I'm bigger, easier because I'm stronger. Once I reach the space, I wiggle into a comfortable position lying on my left side. I fit better a few years ago. Shafts of artificial light cut through the grate, which is about a meter away. It reflects off the shining metal walls, giving my hiding place a nice glow. I know what you're thinking. If I'm caught here, I've no place to run. Well, if I'm caught anywhere, I'm done. So this is better than being in my bedroom, which would be the first place Jarren will check. Waiting for the action to begin is torture. After eating half my snacks, I try to empty my mind and calm my racing emotions. A few hours of sleep would help as well. But the reality is me swatting at my thoughts as they buzz and swarm around my head. The roar of the shuttle's engines over the base breaks the quiet. At least we don't have to worry about a sneak attack. I steady my nerves and access the QNet. Jarren worms into the controls for the base's port. The retractable roof opens to allow a shuttle in. The port isn't big enough for all four, so one lands, deposits looters, and takes off. It doesn't take them long to unload about 48 people. The last shuttle remains in the port. I pull up a map of the base, and red dots fill the area representing the port, each dot a looter. Worming into the camera feeds, I bring up the images from the port and scan the invaders. They're wearing gray form-fitting jumpsuits, probably stolen from DES security, which means they can't be knocked out with a pulse gun unless the gun is aimed at their heads. They're checking behind all the equipment, probably looking for an ambush. Each wears a belt with a weapon holstered on one side — they didn't come to talk — and a flashlight on the other. They're wearing jumpsuits. They have energy wave guns and flashlights, I message my team, sending it to their portables. I'm the only one who is connected to the QNet. I keep searching. Come on, come on. You have to be here. No way Jarren would remain behind when there's an opportunity to gloat. There. I spot Jarren, and one of the red dots turns to yellow. The perfect color for a yellow-bellied coward. I'm not sure where yellow-bellied comes from, but Bo said it's appropriate. Jarren looks the same. His long brown hair is tied back into a low ponytail. He trimmed his beard and his light brown eyes shine with anticipation. The murdering looter in all his glory. His belt has 2 weapons and a flashlight. My stomach clenches as I recognize the kill zapper. The weapon that spits purple fire and killed Officer Menz and me. Yellow Belly has 2 weapons, EW and KZ, I send. Sending the map to the rest of the team, I message that it's go time, even though I have a communicator. That's for emergencies only, because Jarren could worm into them just like I'm about to do to his. 1, 2, 3. The door! Jarren orders. It's locked, a man says. Not for long, but first, Jarren goes over to her terminal. Let's get all the shades on base open, letting in the sunlight. He worms into the maintenance programs. A mechanical whir sounds below me as the shades in the chem lab retract. The light in the duct brightens. He's worried about the shadow blobs, which proves he can see them, and also explains attacking us when the sun is high in the sky, 1400 hours. It's not going to be as bright as they think, since the maintenance crew covered the shattered windows with boards until new glass could be installed. In the port, Jarren returns to the door into the rest of the base and keys in the override code. Oh, my stars. I send another message. Jarren has override code. The door unlocks. He steps back and says, Alpha and Beta teams, take security and free our people from detention. Delta team, sweep the labs. Epsilon team, the housing units. My team, with me to the control center. Watch for hostiles, both alien and human. We're right. Jarren's people can see Holfs, I send. The red dots burst out of the port and scatter in different directions like ants searching for food. A few remain behind to guard the shuttle. I switch to the cameras in the corridors. Looters run through the empty hallways with weapons drawn. Watching them reminds me of when I came here with the security team to check for intruders before the rest of the scientists shuttled down from the big fat frog. Delta team bursts into the biology lab as Alpha and Beta reach security. I wait. After a couple of minutes, it starts. Delta team, commander to boss. Boss, Jarren has such an ego. Go ahead, Delta, Jarren says. There's no one in the biolab, sir. Follow the plan and check all the labs, Delta. Yes, sir. All is quiet for a while. Alpha team, commander to boss. Go ahead, Alpha, Jarren says. He's almost to the stairwell to the archaeology lab. There are 12 looters with him. Security is a ghost town, sir. Did you check detention? Yes, sir. No one there. Jarren curses. Then he sees the floodlights and stops. They're battery-powered. Smart. Can you repeat that, sir? They obviously evacuated Alpha. They're probably hiding in the warrior pits. What about the hostile aliens, sir? Not those pits, Alpha. There are 60 others. Jarren sighs. Boss to all team leaders, clear the base and ensure no one is here. I'm continuing on to the control center. Once I'm there, I can find out where they're all hiding. I grin. You can try. I wait until the red dots are spread out all over the base and Jarren's in the control center. Showtime, I message my team. Worming into the maintenance programs, I close all the blinds. Then I turn off all the lights. My hidey hole is dark, but I don't need light to access the QNet. I close the ceiling in the port. Jarren's team leaders call in right away. All are very concerned. "Wait for orders," Jarren says, turning on his flashlight. The others with him do the same. He sends 2 of his men to check on the floodlights and report back. Then he sits at my dad's terminal. Too bad for him, Dad disabled it. So fun to see Jarren punch the screen in frustration. I check the port. There's enough light from the flashlights to see Ho and Bendix sneaking out from the hidden room near the port's exit. Elise and Bo were harnessed to the ceiling, but now they dropped down on ropes. The 4 of them quickly disabled Jarren's crew that was left behind. Booyah! The 2 men Jarren sent to check the lights reach the stairwell. The floodlights are off, and they shine their flashlights at the stairwell as if that will protect them. "Connor to boss," one says, backing away. "Go ahead, Connor," Jarren says. "The floodlights are out. Return to the control center now." Too bad they're not fast enough. Radcliffe and Morgan emerge from the stairwell and shoot them in the head with their pulse guns. They drop to the ground. Morgan has a squeeze bottle full of fake blood, and she uses it to make the unconscious men appear as if they had an unfortunate encounter with the Holfs. Radcliffe and Morgan retreat. "Cueing the shadow blobs," I send. I switch on the projectors in 20 key locations in the base. The reaction is instant, as the looters in those areas get a nasty surprise. "Hostiles in security! Hostiles in the cafeteria! Hostiles near the housing units! We're under attack in the geology lab!" Under attack? They must have a good imagination. All the projectors are doing is casting static images of the shadow blobs, but it is dark and creepy in the empty base. "It's a trap!" Jarren yells. "Everyone retreat to the port, now!" He runs for the door. "Boss to Flyboys! Come in, Flyboys!" Oh no. No calling for help. I block his communications. Sorry, not sorry. As I watch all the little red dots head toward the port, I take a moment to admire Radcliffe's amazing plan. You see, he reported to DES that the wave emitters were an utter failure, and we needed a new way to counter the shadow blobs. So Jarren's people are in panic mode, racing for escape. Except when those red dots reach the port and squeeze through the small door, there are 4 security officers waiting for them, and they can't retreat because the rest of the security team, the techs, my parents and I, will all emerge from our hidey holes and pick them off from this side. Radcliffe's a devious genius. I wait until all the dots are past my position, then I ease from my hiding place. Oh, my muscles are stiff from the hours I've spent here, and my various injuries protest the motion. Guess I need to take a couple more pain meds. I remove the grate and climb down to the table. The lab is semi-dark, so I pull my flashlight and creep toward the door. The cameras show the corridors are shafts of blackness, except where the looters are fleeing. The beams of their flashlights dance as they run. One of the best things about being a QNet freak, I can access it anywhere, like when I slip out into the hallway and know the exact location of the red dots. Turning on my flashlight, I start toward the port. Then something grabs my braid and yanks me back. Ow, what the? A hard, round coldness presses to my temple. A weapon. I freeze as all my blood drains to my feet. "Hello, little worm," Jarren says, right in my ear. He removes the communicator from my other ear. It clinks as it hits the floor, then crunches as he smashes it with his boot. My pulse gun is taken next. I swallow. Why didn't I keep track of the yellow dot? I check, but it's not on my map. That's because Jarren turned his flashlight off, and the QNet could no longer track him. Nice trick, he says. Almost had me fooled. I was halfway to the port when I realized that Officer Tightpants would never kill so many people. Good guys don't, unless there's no other way. It didn't take me long to figure out that other way. Was this your plan? Help, I message, hoping that someone on my team is paying attention to their portable, despite being very busy and preoccupied with shooting lots of looters. Jarren caught me. We're outside the chem lab. No, Officer Radcliffe gets all the credit. My voice squeaks. He snorts in derision. I wouldn't say all. You provided all the worming needed to execute the plan, and to find me on Yulin, and to alert him about the missile, and to tip him off about this attack, and to keep me from communicating with my people. His hold on my braid tightens, and the barrel of the weapon digs in harder. Pain spreads along my scalp and forehead as fear's icy tendrils snake around my heart. How did you find me? I ask, hoping to delay him. You shouldn't have picked your favorite hiding place, little worm. He remembered. Come on. He grabs my arm and drags me back into the chemistry lab, pushing me in front of him. I stumble, turn around, and stop. Jarren has the energy wave gun leveled at me. Pure panic sweeps through me as my heart decides to tunnel its way out of my body through my stomach. You know what this can do? He asks. Yes. The energy from the weapon can pulverize all the bones in my body. Death would be instant, I hope. Don't try anything, or this time I'll make sure you stay dead before I leave. He aims over my shoulder. I duck as the windows and blinds behind me shatter. Shards pelt my back. Again, with the glass. Good thing I'm wearing my jumpsuit. Out the window, Jarren orders. Now! Going outside the base through the chem lab, I message. I crunch over the debris and climb over the sharp shards still clinging to the window frame. Then I hop down onto the sand. Jarren thumps next to me. This way. He grabs my wrist and tows me along the outer wall of the base. I'm not sure where we're going until we reach the end. 3 shuttles sit in the sand like giant beetles. He tugs me toward the closest one. Oh no, if we fly away, I'll never see my parents and Niall again. I glance back. 2 sets of footprints trail behind us. No one is in sight. Heading toward a shuttle on the west side of the base, I message. Follow tracks. This is probably an exercise in futility, but denial is a survival instinct, right? We reach the shuttle. Jarren keys in a code, 7251. The door opens, slowly settling on the sand. He pushes me up the steps. The pilot is standing in the aisle, aiming her weapon at us, but she lowers it when she recognizes Jarren. What happened? Walked into a trap. Get this bird in the air and tell the others to take off. We're going back to our base. The woman hesitates. What about? They're caught, and we will be soon if you don't. On it. She hurries into the cockpit. Jarren pushes me down into a seat right behind the pilot's seat. Buckle in, he orders. In the shuttle, I message. Code 7251. I pull the straps over my shoulders and hips, snapping in the 5-point harness. Jarren pulls a thick plastic ring from his pocket. Then he grabs my forearm and puts it on the armrest. Before I can move, he clamps my wrist to the seat with the plastic ring. It must have a hinge. Then he does the same thing for my left arm. Between the buckles and the rings, I'm effectively secured. When the shuttle's engine roars to life, breathing becomes difficult, and tears threaten to leak. He crouches so he's at my level. This is so you don't run off again. Why take me? I'm physically unable to say, why not just kill me, out loud. I could have sent another missile after I destroyed the satellite. We have plenty of weapons. But I just couldn't. He peers at me as if I'm a strange creature he can't quite figure out. I had to come get you, my ghost in the Q-net, who has been giving me such trouble. Ghost? Yes. Layering in extra security, fixing the camera and satellite feeds, getting through my blockade all without making a ripple, drove me crazy trying to figure out who was ghosting through my programs. How did you figure it out? His derision is clear. Do you really have to ask? DES. Inept DES. They clued me in. Then it didn't take me long to find you in the Q-net. Jarren gives me a patronizing smile. I'm very curious how you managed to get past my defenses, and how Officer Tightpants took care of the hostile aliens, and lots of other questions. You're a murdering looter. I'm not going to tell you anything. My words are brave, but inside I'm terrified. Yes, you are. And do you want to know why? This sounds bad. Do I? Not really. I've lots of cool toys to play with, including this pretty pink liquid. Once it's injected into the bloodstream, the person just can't stop talking. Not good. Not good at all. Where did you get all this stuff? I ask. Perhaps he'll be too busy talking to me to order the pilot to take off. I've partners in crime, little worm. Very rich and well-connected partners who get me anything I need. Incoming, the pilot says. 3 dune buggies. My rescue. Jarren whips around. Standing, he goes to the front window. I crane my neck, trying to peer around Jarren. Who's here? Radcliffe? Morgan? Bendix? Jarren shifts slightly as he taps on a few of the controls. When I spot the drivers of the buggies, it's too much drama for my heart. It gives up and cowers in my chest. Niall, Zeem, and Rance are in the buggies. Somehow, they've been monitoring my messages, and instead of recruiting others to come to my rescue, they decided to save me. 3 people who are recovering from severe injuries. Of course, Jarren doesn't know that. My survival might depend on their poker faces. They're sending us an ultimatum, Jarren says to the pilot. Already? She asks. No trading insults first? I know. Rookies. He tisks. They say if we don't release our prisoner, they'll damage our engine so we can't escape. But if we let her go, they'll allow us to leave. Nice of them, she says. Do you want to tell them about our extra armaments, or should I just blow them to pieces? Fear spikes through me. I need to do something to stop Jarren. Then it hits me, and I'd slap my forehead if I could. The Q-net! But can I worm into the shuttle's programming? Shuttles and spaceships have high-level protections for just this very reason. While I'm tempted to gloat, Jarren says, I suspect they're trying to delay us, which means more of them are on the way. I shove the doubts aside and concentrate. The barriers around the controls for flying the shuttle are impenetrable. Maybe if I go into the program for the weapons. The defenses are thick and complex. All right, I'm targeting all 3 at once, she says. No time to be delicate. I bulldoze right into the protocols, sizzle zapping everything. Desperate, I call to the QNet to help, to stop them, to do something. Anything? Please! The engines and lights turn off. What the pilot says in the sudden quiet. I sag back in my seat. Thank you. What's going on? Jarren demands. Did they hit us with an EMP? An EMP is an electromagnetic pulse. If it's strong enough, it can knock out anything that uses electricity. No, we're shielded. All the shuttles are. It's just turned off. Can you turn it back on? She pushes various buttons, but nothing happens. I suppress my smile as her actions become more frantic. No! There's a disconnect from here to the rest of the ship. Jarren turns and meets my gaze. What did you do? Nothing. He aims the kill zapper at me. Want to try that again? I lift my hands and spread my fingers. I'm stuck here. I can't do anything. No tangs, no terminal. Don't kill her, the pilot says. We need her alive to negotiate. Jarren curses. Safe passage in exchange for her. That's our only play. We can take another shuttle, the pilot says. He slams a fist into the seat next to me. I jerk in surprise. Going to another shuttle will expose us, Jarren says. And they can cut the engines like they did to this one. If they're honorable, they'll keep their side of the deal, she says. We don't have anything else. I can't leave her behind or she'll ruin everything. DES doesn't get to win. I'll do anything so they don't. Even die. A buzzing sounds in my ears as all the air is sucked from the shuttle. Except no one but me notices this lack of oxygen. What little comfort I scraped together during their conversation has fled. No way I'm going to survive this. Jarren returns to the cockpit, but the pilot is eyeing me with a piercing gaze. A dark brown braid spirals around her head like a cap. There's nothing friendly in her expression. I've an idea, she says, and then leans close to Jarren and whispers in his ear. His frown deepens, and he shoots me a look. It's not encouraging. He appears sick to his stomach. In the end, he agrees. To what? I've no idea. While she goes to the back of the shuttle to rummage around for whatever supplies, Jarren messages Niall and the others. There's a bit of back and forth until Jarren's satisfied. He comes over and unbuckles my harness. This is it, my one chance to escape. Then he frees my left wrist. I brace. When my right wrist is free, I surge to my feet, striking out with the heel of my palms for his Adam's apple. Jarren steps back with a cry so the blow isn't as hard. That's okay. I aim my fist at his face, and a sizzle sounds behind me right before I'm hit. I collapse on the ground as a million pinpricks of fire spread out from my back. My jumpsuit keeps me from being knocked unconscious, although as the pain increases, passing out seems like a really good idea. I curl into a ball. Enduring another minute of torture, I suck in deep breaths to keep from losing the contents of my stomach. Eventually, the sensation eases. Jarren yanks me to my feet. A wasted effort. You're still dangling on your hook, little worm. I caused you pain. To me, that's well worth the effort. Instead of answering, he shoves me toward the door, keeping one hand on my shoulder. Do you have it? He asks the pilot. Yes, she says. Jarren turns me so I'm facing him. He holds my upper arms, keeping me still. Before I can figure out what's going on, something is pressed between my shoulder blades. It's cold and hard, and little hooks sink into my skin through the jumpsuit's fabric. I bite down on a cry of pain. You would think I'd be used to sharp objects piercing my skin by now. But you'd be wrong. Done, the pilot says. Ready? Jarren asks. Yes. Before I can sort out what's going on, he releases one of my arms and keys in the code. The door opens. Bright light outlines the hatch as it peels away from the shuttle. Jarren steps behind me. He hooks an arm around my neck and presses his weapon to my forehead. "Showtime, little worm," he says, pushing me down the short steps. A group of people stand a few meters away. He keeps me between him and them as we walk sideways to another shuttle about 15 meters away. I assume the pilot is behind us. No one says a word. I scan faces. Niall, Rance, Zeem, Radcliffe, Morgan, and my parents. They're all glaring at Jarren, which is good. If they were scared, I'd be sobbing by now. I meet Niall's gaze, and he gives me an encouraging nod. When we reach the shuttle, Jarren tells the pilot to go inside and ensure it's empty and is able to fly. While she checks it out, we wait at the base of the ladder. The shuttle engines roar to life. After a minute, the pilot pokes her head out. "We're good to go." Jarren addresses the group. "I'm holding up my side of the bargain and leaving little Worm behind. Do not try to stop the shuttle," Jarren says. "If you do, I'll blow her to bits." He spins me around. "There's an explosive device on her back." Chapter 20. 25, 22, 245. A new level of terror slices through me. Did he just say, "Once we are safely away, I will disarm the device"? I meet his gaze. He's holding my shoulders. Jarren's comments replay in my head. "I can't leave her behind or she'll ruin everything." And the other one, "I'll make sure you stay dead before I leave." "You picked the wrong side," he says, "and it killed you. Twice." He pushes me down and sprints for the shuttle. I land on my butt, but scramble to my feet as the door raises. My family and friends start toward me, but I hold out my hand. "Stop! Don't come any closer!" Because Jarren is going to detonate the device as soon as he's out of danger. And they'll all die too. And I can't let that happen. Jarren doesn't get to win. So I do the only thing I can. I take a running jump and grab onto the leg of the shuttle as it lifts off. Shouts sound below me. I look down. My family is staring up at me. Their mouths are moving, but I can't understand a word, which is probably for the best, since I'll never see them again, and I don't want my last memory to be of them yelling at me for being an idiot. Then I pull the rest of my body up onto the foot so I'm not hanging by my hands. It's a tight fit, but at least the leg doesn't retract into the shuttle. Now, if he detonates the explosives, I'll take him and the pilot with me. I wonder if Jarren will check before... The shuttle banks hard to the left. I tighten my hold on the metal structure, and that would be a yes. He knows I'm here. Then it makes a wild dive to the right. Wrapping my legs around the leg as well, I cling with all my strength as the pilot does a series of maneuvers to fling me off. I actually regret not doing more push-ups. Who knew push-ups would be that important? Eventually, the shuttle levels off. I've a second to catch my breath before the door opens. Oh boy. Shifting to put the leg between me and the door, I adjust my grip. Harnessed to the shuttle, Jarren steps out. I've a flashback to when he shot me from a shuttle before. But then I was in the port, and he was up above. Now, I really am a worm dangling on a hook. Crazed laughter bubbles up my throat. He meets my gaze and just shakes his head as if he can't believe it. He pulls the energy wave gun, then pauses. That's right. Figure it out. The force from that weapon will shatter the leg and damage the shuttle. Jarren switches to his kill zapper. Except that too will harm the shuttle, knocking out the electronics. Then he touches my pulse gun, but no one can shoot that but me. Well, unless he reprogrammed it to his own electrical signal. I have a moment of panic before he drops his hand. Grinning, he shouts over the noise. "Guess you're coming back with us! Hold on or not! Either way is fine with me!" Oh, my stars. I didn't quite think this through. To be fair, it was one of those spur-of-the-moment decisions, although not dying is preferable to dying. He retreats into the shuttle, and the door closes. Now what? The ground blurs far underneath me. It'll take 6 hours to get to his base. Can I hang on that long? They're flying straight, and my weight is on the foot. It's windy and cold, but not enough to shake me loose. The big question is, what happens once we get there? He'll interrogate me with his pink liquid, and I'll tell him everything, including how I can access the QNet without... The QNet! With all the stress, I'd forgotten. I close my eyes and confirm I'm still connected. Amazing. I could ask it to shut off the shuttle's engine, except we'd crash and die. How about the explosive device on my back? Concentrating, I focus on it. Nope, it's a straight communication from the device to the trigger. No need for the QNet. Disappointment stabs through me. At least I can send a message to my parents and Niall. But what should I say? 2522. 245. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry for putting you through such grief, but Jarren was going to kill me no matter what happened, and this way I'm able to save your lives, which is a huge comfort to me. Even though I only worked in security for 62 days, I tapped into my inner guardian lion, and it feels good to help others. I know, I'm shocked too. Grin. I'm not sure what's going to happen next. I'm going to try to stay alive, which means Jarren will have me, but that's better than the alternative. And I'll try everything in my power to escape and send you messages from time to time. Jarren's going to regret this. Trust me. I love you both. Please send a message to Phoenix for me and tell him I love him. I never told him that before. And it's a shame it has to come to this for me to tell my brother that I love him. I send it, imagining Phoenix will not be too upset about the news. After all, he left knowing he'd never see us again. So, this will just be more of a regret. Something like, it's a shame. She had such potential. The next message is going to be harder to compose. 2522, 245. Niall. I'm sorry we didn't have more time together, but I had to get away or risk killing everyone I care about. The security team has become my family, and not the distant cousins or annoying crazy uncle family, but actual deep-level love. Surprising. Who knew I'd be worried about Bendix and Rance? And speaking of Rance, the man is supposed to be in bed recovering, and so is Zeem, and you. Thank you for disobeying orders, though. I'm glad I was able to see you one more time before whatever happens next. I'll never forget you, Toad. And do me a favor, the next time you meet a cute and annoying girl your age, don't be a jerk. Love you. Composing those messages is emotionally exhausting, but the fact that I can when I'm hanging onto a flying shuttle is a good sign that I will be able to communicate with my parents and Niall in the future. And maybe, if I can get this damn device off my back, I can strike a blow for the good guys. Hope warms me from the inside out. I've a new sense of purpose. Plus, I've plenty of time to plan. It's dark by the time we arrive at Jarren's forest base. The temperature is near freezing. My hands and face have long since gone numb. Lumpy blackness spreads out below. We descend closer to the forest. The moist scent of living green warms the air. I breathe in deep. It's been a long time since I've been this close to trees. Probably a little too close for comfort as we skim above the canopy. Lights pierce the darkness, and we aim toward a clearing in the forest that's getting bigger? Ah, it appears to be a retractable forest roof. Jarren has all the upgrades. Must be nice to have rich and well-connected patrons. I send a report describing everything I see and my location. Might as well do it while I can. Landing is a bit stressful. I make sure to keep clear of anything that pivots and flexes, so my fingers and other appendages aren't caught, which is hard to do when your entire body has turned into a giant popsicle. Once the shuttle settles and the engines turn off, I assume a wilted position, super easy to do, and rest my forehead against the shuttle's leg. Time for my very own Operation Worm on a Hook. The door opens, and footsteps clatter. A beam from a flashlight shines on me. "Little worm, are you alive?" Jarren asks. I lift my head as if it weighs 1,000 kilos. Blinking blearily into the light, I say, "Are we here?" I gaze around as if confused. "Yes, you made it." Sighing, I try to release my hold, but can't quite get my limbs to move correctly. Jarren comes closer. He's pointing a weapon at me, hard to tell which one in the semi-darkness. "Help her," he orders the pilot. She huffs, but grabs me under the arms and pulls. I hook my left foot and become a dead weight just to make it more difficult. And after a bit of grunting and bumbling, she sets me on my feet. I sway and hold on to the leg. "Gotta admit, I'm impressed you stayed on," she says. I was motivated. She laughs until I clutch my stomach and bend over slightly. "I don't feel very good." The pilot jumps back. "She's all yours, boss." Then she strides away. "Come on, let's get you inside." Jarren holsters his weapon. I sink to both knees and cradle my head in my hands. He reaches me and holds out a hand. I wrap my arms around his legs instead. "What? Let go! Please, take the explosive off me!" I cry, letting all the fear and desperation of the last 6 hours pour out. "Please!" I sob, with real tears running down my face. "I'll cooperate, tell you anything, just please take it off." What's funny, in a sad way, is that he has no trouble with the idea of killing me, but my tears and groveling are making him very uncomfortable. "Last time I didn't have a bomb on my back." By this point, I'm hysterical. "Promise?" "Yes, please." "All right, turn around." I do, and I try to calm my hiccup breaths and runaway sobs. There's a bit of pressure, and then it pulls away. Cold air kisses the sweat, and pain burns where the hooks were, but I'll take it. My relief is genuine, and I scramble away on all fours from Jarren and the device. He leaves it on the ground and follows me. When I'm far enough away, I collapse onto the ground. Jarren kneels next to me. "Just breathe. You'll be fine." "I'm sorry," I mumble and shudder. It's not an act. That was just so horrible." "It's over now, Lyra. Come on, let's get inside. It's warm and there's plenty of food. You must be starving." He helps me to my feet. So he's not entirely evil. Who knew? And he called me Lyra. My legs! That's all right. Jarren hooks my arm around his shoulder. I'll help you. Okay, thanks, I sniff. I limp next to him, agonizingly slow. But once I'm inside the base, it'll be harder to execute my plan. The hum of another shuttle cuts through the quiet. Jarren stops and turns us around as it gets louder. A bright beam spotlights us for a second, and it's just the distraction I've been hoping for. I straighten, yank my pulse gun from his belt, and shoot him in the head. He jerks, stares at me with wide eyes, and thuds to the ground. I don't have to keep my word to a murdering looter. I grab his kill zapper, then bolt for the forest, diving behind a tree. No way I'll be able to navigate it in the dark, and who knows what creatures lurk inside. My best bet is to stay close to Jarren's base until I figure out a way to return home. The shuttle lands, but doesn't turn off its engine. I aim both the weapons toward it. Figures hop out. They go to Jarren's prone form, and one bends over him. Heads swivel as if looking for something, or someone. Did they spot me when the light hit us? Mouse! Niall calls. Such is my relief. My legs give out for real, and more tears fall, lots more. My team came for me. Mouse! Here! I stagger to my feet, then I stumble from the trees and right into Niall's embrace. It's better than flying in the Q-net. His hands run over my back. Is it gone? Yes. How? Hysterical tears. Another superpower. He laughs, then sobers. Can you walk? We need to move fast. Niall releases me. Radcliffe arrives. Let's go before they figure out we're here. He sweeps me over his shoulder and runs to the shuttle as if he isn't carrying an extra, 50 or so kilos. Niall's right behind him. We enter, and Radcliffe orders the pilot, Morgan, to take off. I'm dropped gently into a seat while he goes into the cockpit. Beau and Elise are securing an unconscious Jarren into another seat, while Niall claims the one next to mine. Within seconds, we're airborne. The shuttle suddenly veers to the left. I scramble to click into the harness as the craft makes another hard turn. I clutch Niall's hand. A bright white light stabs through the windows. It turns an angry red as the roar of an explosion rams into us. The metal floor shudders under our feet. We spin around and drop through the air, becoming weightless. My stomach pushes into my esophagus. Terror wars with nausea. A brief thought flashes that, despite my efforts, I'm still going to get the people I love killed. At least I'm taking Jarren with us. It's not as comforting as you'd think. The shuttle lurches forward, then accelerates. I'm pressed back into my seat as the engines howl with the strain. After an eternity, the craft levels off. The engines ease into their normal growl. Niall glances at me, and I relax my death grip on his hand, but I don't release it. There might be another missile. A few minutes later, Morgan calls, "We're clear. No pursuers." They must have figured out that we have Jarren on board. The four of us share big, goofy grins. Elise whoops. "Thanks so." "None of that," Beau says to me. "This is what we do. And we're extra motivated when it's one of our own." Elise hands me a couple of energy bars. "Figured you'd be hungry." The adrenaline in my blood is worn off, and my stomach growls in response. But my hands are shaking, and the wrapper is being stupid. Niall takes it from me, peels it off with ease, and hands it back. "Aren't you supposed to be on bed rest?" I mock growl between bites. "I thought you were glad I disobeyed orders." He received my message. Lacing his fingers in my free hand, he says, "Besides, No way I'm lying in bed when my girl calls for help. I squeeze his hand. What about Rance and Zeem? I didn't even have to ask. They also wanted to come along in the shuttle, but they're not as good at disobeying orders. And you've had lots of practice, Bo says sourly, but it's obvious from his grin that he's kidding. You must have taken off soon after we left. How did you avoid getting spotted by Jarren? I ask. Bo's grin widens. We went the other way. Too much has happened for me to puzzle it out. We flew around the other side of the planet, Bo says. Jarren picked almost the exact opposite side of the world for his base. We could dig straight through it and come up right next to him. But still, you were only a few minutes behind. Elise laughs. They wasted some time trying to shake off a hitchhiker, and Morgan pushed this bird well past the speed limit. Girl is a serious adrenaline junkie. I heard that, Morgan shouts back. Sorry! Officer Morgan is a serious adrenaline junkie. Better, sir? Much. She smirks, leans toward me, and whispers, Girl is a bit of a diva, too. I shake my head. Someday, I'm going to threaten to tell Morgan she said that in exchange for running less laps. Then again, being in better shape certainly helped me today. My arms and legs ache, but I'm alive. A shudder rips through me at the thought of how close I came. A phantom pressure sits between my shoulder blades. Hey, Niall says, sensing my panic. It's all right. You're safe. And it worked out better than expected. He tilts his head at Jarren. True. I dangled on the hook and caught a big, smelly fish. What about his people? Did anyone get hurt? And my parents... Other than being worried for you, your parents are fine. Good news. I should message them. Already done, Radcliffe says from the cockpit. Other than minor injuries, no one was harmed in the attack, Niall continues. Our team was successful. The looters who were not unconscious surrendered. They'll have to be detained with the others from the first attack, along with Jarren. He'll be put into detention once we question him. The others will be housed in Pit 1. We just don't have the room or the manpower to guard them any other place. And the good guys don't kill people if they can avoid it. Plus, the threat of Holfs might keep them on their best behavior. Yep, Elise chimes in. Y'all be good, or we'll turn off the radio waves and let you be Holf food. The shuttle lands with a slight bump, waking me and Niall. We curled up together and fell asleep during the last couple hours of the trip. Despite his claims of feeling better, he's still recovering from the blood loss. My parents are waiting for me in the port. I'm squished in a parent sandwich as soon as I step down. Considering I never expected to see them again, I don't mind at all. There's excited chattering and explanations all the way to the infirmary. Niall hasn't been officially discharged, and the doctor wants to observe him one more night. And the various cuts and bruises over my body need to be, you guessed it, cleaned and bandaged. It's a good thing for you that we've invented accelerated healing, Dr. Edwards says, or you'd have more scars. He taps his chin with a finger. Probably dozens. I wonder, you might have enough lacerations for a record. I'll have to check your file. Not funny, Doc, I say. No, Miss Lawrence, it isn't. He gives me a long look before leaving. After I've dressed in scrubs, again, I go to Niall's room. He's no longer in intensive care, but this room faced the explosion, too. The broken windows are boarded over, which is good since the sun's been up for a couple of hours. At least someone has cleaned up the glass. I shudder just thinking about those sharp little shards. Ooh.
He wakes when I crawl into bed with him. I can get used to this, he says sleepily. Makes me want to stay here longer, because as soon as I'm discharged, back to normal, I say, or as normal as it gets for us. Which is pretty crazy. Then he frowns. Uh-oh. What's wrong? You don't like crazy? How can you ask me that? I'm in love with you. Crazy is part of the package. Hey, I swat him gently, because it's true. And he said he loves me. Can't get enough of hearing that. Love you too. But why did you frown? Just thinking about all the stuff we still have to figure out. Like who Jarren's working with and what they're planning. Knowing Jarren, he won't tell us anything. Unfortunately, that's not the only thing. And what's going on with those portals? And how do we close that rip in Pit 2 to keep the Hulfs out forever? Yes, we have Jarren, a major coup, and without him in the QNet, we'll be able to re-establish contact with DES. But I think the bigger battle is still to come. Oh, why don't we worry about that tomorrow? Today, I have a more important question that needs an answer. Oh? Yes. Your middle name. What does the S stand for? He smiles. Sensible. The next morning, Radcliffe and my parents come to Niall's room for a short debriefing. I tell them everything that happened. Mom scowls when I recount my reasoning about grabbing onto the shuttle's leg. Staying close to Jarren was the only thing I could do to keep him from detonating the explosive device. The Hulfs are too good for him, she mutters under her breath. The thought of what my mother might do to him. No, not going there. I'd like to get a closer look at his base, but I don't have the manpower right now, Radcliffe says. Jarren has clammed up as well. Too bad we don't have any of that pink liquid you mentioned. You couldn't use it anyway, Niall says. Jarren has rights. His tone is full of disgust. Yeah, the right to suffer horribly, Dad says. Wow, no love for the murdering looter. Not that I can blame them. Maybe since I've been there, and Jarren's no longer in the QNet, I can worm into their files and find out how many people are still there, what weapons they have, and how they're traveling, I offer. All right, Radcliffe says. Once she's fully recovered, Mom adds. Of course. He turns to me. I'm giving you a commendation for your quick thinking with the bomb, and for your role in making Operation Looter Attack a success. Suddenly uncomfortable, I squirm. It's a wonderful gesture, but I don't really think... Stop frowning, Mom says. You deserve it. Accept it with grace. Typical Mom. Thank you. You're welcome, Radcliffe says. Now the question is, which record do I list it in? Ara Yenhexi Lawrence's or Lyra Daniels? Ah, good question. I don't have to hide from Jarren, and the rest of the base knows I'm alive. No reason to be Ara Lawrence anymore. Yet, I can't go back to being Lyra Daniels. She's an entirely different person than I am now. We have a few things in common, like the best boyfriend in the galaxy, great parents, shh, don't tell them I said that, and a tendency to be in the middle of the trouble. But I've found my purpose, and I've experienced so much since then. No, Lyra Daniels is gone. Ara Yenhexi Lawrence. I shoot a glance at my parents. Will they be mad? Both are smiling. And when they leave, I get another parent sandwich. Bonus. Niall is discharged late that afternoon. Don't entangle with the QNet for the next 7 days,
Dr. Edwards says to Niall. "I'll do another brain scan then, and you can try again."
"All right," Niall says.
I'm curious, but refrain from asking Niall until we're alone. As we're walking back to security, a few scientists stop to thank us for saving everyone in the base. It's nice and weird at the same time. They were all evacuated to Pit 21 before Jarren showed up. Many of them will be helping to guard the looters in Pit 1 and will be training to fight as well. It's still another 585 days until the Protector-class ship arrives, and Jarren's cohorts will probably come after us. The scientists no longer have the luxury of doing research, but will be helping us to fight for our survival. Once we reach Niall's unit, I ask, "What's with Dr. Edwards and the QNet?"
"Oh, it's a strange side effect of losing so much blood. It's nothing serious," he hurries to add. "It's just I can't entangle with the QNet anymore."
That's not serious. Not by my definition.
"How?"
Dr. Edwards said it's probably temporary. That my brain might need to heal some more. Or maybe the Hofs damaged the sensors. He shrugs. I'm not too concerned. It's not like I'm a superwormer or a navigator. I can still use the surface programs and a portable, which is all I basically use anyway. Niall continues to downplay it. He gives me a kiss before going in to take a shower. My thoughts, however, are racing and replaying that light show the QNet displayed when I mentioned fixing Niall. It couldn't have healed him, right? That's all kinds of scary, which you'd think I'd be used to. Except people have gone insane when they're connected to the QNet for more than 12 hours. And I've been connected since Jarren attacked over 48 hours ago. I haven't disentangled. No, I just reach out when I need it, and there it is, like another part of my brain. I hurry to my room to sort it out. Of course, all I manage to do is freak out more. I access the QNet and go to my perceptive cluster. Then I search for information on brain damage and miracle healing and entangling and the science behind the sensors we all have in our heads. Who designed them? Which leads me to the QNet's origins and the original inventors. And, way too much information and none of it helpful. Then, I try to figure out if anyone else in the galaxy can do what I do with the QNet. I can't be that special, can I? You are, the QNet says. Have I gone a little bit more insane? It has extended its vocabulary past here and not here, but I've exhausted all my emotional energy, so I just go with it. What did I do? What happened to me? Nothing. I chose you. There's so much wrong with that sentence. The QNet referred to itself as I, but I hold off on my freak-out. Instead, I ask, why me? You shine. A video feed of me in the pits plays. I'm scrambling to hide the hatch to the factory, but when I finish camouflaging it, it's too late for me to escape. My actions prevented the looters from finding and destroying the warrior hearts. You believe. A series of images of me flashes. I'm lying on the ground of the port with Menz over me. Then there's one of Dr. Edwards shocking my heart. That was the first time I flew with a QNet. You help. Another video plays. This time, it shows me, the other security officers, and the astrophysicists in the archaeology lab when we installed the sensor. I make a sudden realization. After each series of events, I was able to better work with the QNet until I didn't need tangs or a terminal, and now I don't even need to entangle and disentangle. And it's all because the QNet picked me? Yes. Wow. Did you heal Niall?
Yes, you asked. Another staggering statement. And again, I want to know, why me? Need you. An image of the rip in Pit 2, and shadow blobs disappearing inside it. I'm all over the implications, and it hits me that this thing I have with the QNet started around the time the shadow blobs showed up. Yes. You need me to help stop the Holfs? Yes. No longer protected. We're no longer being protected because the warriors are being destroyed? Yes. Okay. That fits the timing. Except why does the QNet care? Has it become self-aware and believes if we die, it will die too? Protect you. A picture of the entire Milky Way galaxy spreads across my vision. I am here. Then a strange thought forms in my mind, and there's a good chance it's not my own thought, 'cause this entire exchange with the QNet is beyond anything else I've experienced. However, the idea is that perhaps the QNet wasn't invented by the scientists on Earth. No, it was discovered and tapped into, used, no, permitted. Why? Your time. Our time? I consider we've advanced in technology far enough to earn the right to use the QNet? Yes. Why didn't you let anyone know? Not ready. Not until we destroyed the warriors and let the shadow blobs in. And once I think about it, we're still not ready. No one is going to believe me. I'm not sure I believe it myself. I need to clarify a few things. Did you build and place the warriors on planets throughout the galaxy? No. Others. Okay. And where are they now? Gone. Where did they go? Beyond the edge. Of the galaxy? Yes. And you were left to protect. Back to this again. Why didn't you stop Jarren from destroying the warriors? Cannot. I suspect there is more there, but I'm still trying to wrap my brain around all this. Basically, you were left behind to protect us and also help us when we reached a certain technological level. Yes. And you're an alien consciousness. Do you have a physical body? No. What are you? I am the Milky Way. Oh my stars. Acknowledgements. I always wonder if anyone, besides the people being thanked, ever read the acknowledgements. And, if they do, are they bored with mine? Since I practically thank the same group of people book after book after book. This is my 18th time writing an acknowledgement, and truthfully, I'm a little bored. Not with thanking people, because I'm eternally grateful for the love and support of my network of family, friends, and all the hard-working people at Harlequin, Australia. But with the format. In an effort to make my acknowledgements more fun, I've written this quiz. The answers are all the people who have made writing this book a blast. Thank you all so much. The Acknowledgement Quiz. 1. Who designed yet another perfect cover for the book? 2. Who helped to turn this rough, meandering story into a smooth page-turner? 3.
Who does all the grocery shopping, post office runs, and finds all the missing commas and typos? 4. Who expertly hawks my books to their customers, helping to expand my herd? 5. Who is my chief evil minion and beta reader extraordinaire? 6. Who deftly deals with all the contracts, royalty payments, and business issues that are all a part of being an author? 7. Who juggles all the marketing, publicity, and graphics to promote my books without dropping a ball? 8. Who taught me all the cool space stuff so it's as accurate as possible for this science fiction story? 9. Who is somewhat patient when her mother is distracted, reads every book, and provides feedback before publication? 10. Who provides all kinds of writerly support and commiseration during our biannual writing retreats? 11. Who gives me an ego boost and lifts my spirits when I'm having a bad day? 12. Who are still my good friends even after I've ignored them for months to write? Answers. 1. Josh Durham. 2. The editorial dream team of Rachel, Julia, Laurie, and Annabelle, with an assist from Natalie, Rodney, and Jenna. 3. My husband, Rodney. 4. Michelle, Jeff, and all the wonderful booksellers who hand-sell my books. 5. Natalie Beijing, CEM for the win. 6. My agent, Bob McCoy. 7. My other dream team of Johanna and Eloise, with an assist from Christian, my new VA, and Sarah. 8. The Launchpad team of Dr. Michael Brotherton and Christian Reddy. 9. My beautiful and super smart daughter, Jenna. 10. Author and friend, Mindy Kleski. 11. The Soul Finders. Love you. 12. Judy, Kathy, Jackie, Jess, Quinn, Brian, Christine, Maverick, Al, Dave, Mike, Melissa, Nancy, Jerry, and Christy. Belinda and Harper Audio Australia hope you enjoyed the reading of Chasing the Shadows, Sentinels of the Galaxy, Book 2, written by Maria V. Snyder and read by Alice Barrington. Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travelers, families, and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it. If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Belinda audiobook with you.